Hello, welcome to Reel to Reel, a movie review show run by us, the students at HEC. I'm Jacob, and with me today is Aiden.
Thanks for the intro. Today we will be reviewing the relatively new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem movie and seeing if it's another classic ruined by the industry or a rare reboot that deserves praise.
With that being said, let's take a quick look at the trailer, shall we?
Boys, where have you been?
We're just running errands.
That's it?
Look, we're really sorry, Splinter. Some of the guys wanted to get pizza, and I tried to talk them out of it.
You ratted us out.
Hey, don't use that word that way.
I mean, it's 2023.
Sorry, Dad. Hey, guys, if we weren't monsters that were shunned by society and we could do what we wanted, what would you guys do?
Go to high school. Maybe get a girlfriend.
Can you imagine that?
Not likely. This is insane. Turtle, mutant, karate teens. I want to know everything about you. Our dad is definitely not a giant rat. That makes me feel like he's a rat.
Police are baffled by the recent crime wave led by Superfly.
Nobody's ever seen his face.
Why?
Because he kills everyone who does.
Cool.
No, not cool.
A bit cool.
Can I kick it?
We pick out Superfly, and then everyone will think we're cool. They'll accept us.
Can I kick
He's making a deal tonight under the Brooklyn Bridge.
it? Can I kick? Whoa. Kick.
What the? Y'all some little tortoises, huh?
I can't believe there are other mutants.
You wanna roll with us? Humans are never gonna like us. So we gonna let the mutants rule the earth.
Peoples, they got to go.
Okay, sort of a twist.
We can't stop him.
We gotta try.
6 in the morning, police at my door.
My son, Michelangelo, you have heart. Donatello, you have wisdom. Raphael, you have bravery. And Leonardo, honor.
Enough talk! I dream about fighting every night.
You've got a rage problem, right?
It's not a problem!
Again, the movie we will be reviewing today as seen in the trailer is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. This movie is a reboot of the classic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies with a slightly different timeline, directed by Jeff Rowe and written by Seth Rogen, Evan Goldberg, Jeff Rowe, Dan Hernandez, and Benji Samit.
That's right. The movie starts off with the Techno-Cosmic Research Institute executive Cynthia Ertram, voiced by Maya Rudolph, who sends a squadron to hunt down the rogue scientist, Baxter Stockman, who is voiced by Giancarlo Esposito. Baxter created a mutagen to form his own mutant family. Starting with a housefly, Baxter is then interrupted by Cynthia's strike force and killed in the resulting explosion, while the mutagen falls into the sewers of New York City.
15 years later, we are introduced to the Turtle brothers Michelangelo, voiced by Shaman Brown Jr., Leonardo, voiced by Nicholas Cantu, Raphael, voiced by Brady Noon, and Donatello, who is voiced by Micah Abbey. The four of them have been raised by their adoptive rat father, Splinter, who is voiced by Jackie Chan. Being chased away by humans led Splinter to distrust humanity and train his sons in the art of ninjutsu, instructing them to only leave their sewer home to steal supplies. During one of these supply runs, the Turtles defeat a gang of criminals to recover a stolen moped belonging to a teenager named April O'Neil, who is voiced by Ayo Edebiri, revealing themselves and their origins.
April is an awe-inspiring journalist, and struggling to move past a viral incident of vomiting on camera, has been investigating a series of robberies of the TSRI technology by a criminal known as Superfly, who is also voiced by Ice Cube. The Turtles plan to stop Superfly and, through April's reporting, win public acceptance as heroes.
This movie stars many A-list actors and famous celebrities. To name a few, we have John Cena, Seth Rogen, Ice Cube, Jackie Chan, Paul Rudd, Post Malone, and many others. Now, let's look at a behind-the-scenes clip.
I think the animation and the flavor of the movie is so original and fresh.
What we wanted to do was create an incredibly fun and engaging version of the Ninja Turtles.
We had this idea that they had to feel like real teenagers.
Turtle boys, actually.
I would say teens.
They need to look like teenagers. They need to sound like teenagers. It's like, what if it's animated by teenagers?
Can I kick it?
The doodles that you do in the size of your notebook were taken, extrapolated, and made into the look of a whole movie.
Weird shapes and crazy in perspective. You would reach this point where you're like a little bit more askew and misshapen. Great, it's perfect.
Can I kick it?
He kept using this term teenage energy over and over again.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm Leo. Can I kick
The bigger swings visually that these animated movies are taking, the more excited people seem to be by them.
We've talked enough about all the basics. Let's now get into some cool facts and trivia.
As you can see, when looking at this new reimagined Turtles movie, the art and animation style is very reminiscent to the Spider-Verse style, but somewhat different. This was actually intended by director Jeff Rowe, saying how he, along with Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, were inspired and wanted to add an overall sketch-like and imperfect look close to how a child or early teenager would draw and color to make their style more unique.
Also, did you know, a cool detail to note is unlike many cartoon-based movies or shows, Seth Rogen made it so all the actors were in the same room recording lines that had them together in the same scenes. Seth Rogen had said many times how he used this during his role as Pumbaa in the 2019 live-action Lion King, and it was a very smooth and very work-friendly way of getting the job done, which is made obvious when looking at how characters interact in this movie.
On another note, this movie had a budget of $70 million, which for this type of movie is amazingly low, with a majority of animated films being closer to $90 million or even more. With this movie coming out at the start of August, the movie has grossed over $90 million and seems to still be growing even now as we talk about it.
Obviously, you know this film is filled to the brim with A-list actors, but did you know that surprisingly, Seth Rogen didn't need to use his connections that much? Most of the actors he asked agreed to play the roles, since most of these actors or their children grew up watching some version of the Ninja Turtles. So they wanted a chance to play a role that was a part of their childhood. We will be back with this short message.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
Welcome back, everybody. This movie brought back a mix of old personalities and some new ones with a new reboot. Personally, I did enjoy the movie, but it did leave me a little disappointed. As someone who adores the old live-action turtle movies, I couldn't help but think that this reboot's only comedy was just bad references to the Gen Z culture. One other thing that bothers me is that they make Shredder at the end seem like a contracted assassin that TCRI hires. I just feel that they ruined such an awesome villain by changing his backstory, as well as how Shredder's backstory related to Splinter's. By doing this, we don't get the rivalry that we had in the comics and the old films. This movie does, however, have some really good themes like acceptance, adolescence, and a little bit of maturity. The maturity in this movie is something I do have a problem with. I feel that after the Superfly fight, the Turtles should have matured more than they did. Overall, this movie did have some good themes. The one thing I absolutely adore in this movie is its animation. I love the grungy sketch-like comic look that this movie brings. I also like how we get to see some exaggerated distortions in the characters themselves. It really drives home the fact that this is an animated film. And I really love to see how new animated films are going back to how animation was intended to be. Overall, this movie is very well animated and had an amazing score. Even though I disagree on some of the choices that were made for the reboot, this movie did showcase good themes. Because of this, I'm going to give this movie a 3 out of 5 reels. What are your thoughts, Jacob?
Me personally, I really enjoyed the movie. I liked the more family teenage dynamic they brought to this version of the Turtles. If I had to describe it, I would call it a comfort action movie. And as Aiden said, the animation is really enjoyable. Like most movies nowadays, adapts the new animation style that's just really pleasing to look at. Some parts I agree with you, Aiden, is the fact they hinted at Shredder being a company-like assassin and getting rid of the Foot Clan, which was a major story aspect of Shredder. And I feel like they kind of ruined him by changing such a major plot line. There were, however, some small tidbits here and there that was a stretch, like how the Turtles managed to become somewhat professional ninjas by watching old VHS tapes and whatnot. But overall, I would give this movie a 4 out of 5 reels.
Now I think it's about time to wrap this up, don't you?
I agree, Aiden. If you are watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive notifications and new uploads.
And if you're watching this on our Facebook page, make sure you follow us and you'll be notified the next time we go live.
Again, my name is Jacob, and along with me, my friend here, Aiden.
Join us back at noon today. Cowabunga.
Welcome to Reel. My name is Patrick Erickson, and today I'm going to be joined by Jeff Nepple.
Hey, thanks for having me on today, Patrick.
In this Reel to Reel episode, we'll be reviewing the first half of the Star Wars Ahsoka show.
So far, 4 of the 8 episodes have been released, which means it is time for a mid-season review.
Without wasting any more time, grab your lightsaber, blue milk, and blaster. We're in for a ride. Jeff, hit the hyperdrive.
Time for a trailer.
War is inevitable. One must destroy in order to create. We are no Jedi.
I started hearing whispers of Thrawn's return as heir to the Empire.
What happens when we find Thrawn?
Power, such as you've never dreamed.
I've spent most of my life fighting a war. That's why I'm trying to convince you to help me prevent another one. You and I both know who could help you with this.
She's still just as stubborn as ever.
I bet your master found you difficult at times.
Anakin never got to finish my training. I walked away from him, just like I walked away from Sabine. You never made things easy for me, Master.
As a Jedi, sometimes you have to make the decision no one else can. But I'm counting on you to see this through.
Nice haircut. Sometimes we have to do what's right, regardless of our personal feelings.
Buckle up.
If we don't stop Thrawn, everything will be in vain. You have no power.
Anakin spoke highly of you.
I'm not here to discuss my past.
We have a lot of work to do.
Once a rebel, always a rebel.
Ahsoka has been a long-awaited show among Star Wars fans since 2018, when the Star Wars Rebels series ended on a cliffhanger.
The show is directed by Dave Filoni and stars Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka, Natasha Liu Bordizzo as Sabine Wren.
Hold up now, before giving too much information about the Ahsoka show, let's talk about some of the context leading up to it.
Oh yeah, I was getting ahead of myself. Would you like to give some context from the Rebels show?
Of course! Rebels starts with a young Force user named Ezra Bridger joining a group of 5 rebels.
The main antagonist of the Rebels show is named Thrawn, or better known as Grand Admiral Thrawn.
In the end of the show, Ezra Bridger and Grand Admiral Thrawn have a showdown that ends with both of them being sent to an unknown location.
And that's where the Ahsoka show starts. About 5 years later, Ahsoka finds a clue leading to the whereabouts of Ezra.
But the Empire also wants the clue because they are on the hunt for Thrawn.
So now the race is on. The Empire versus Ahsoka and her apprentice Sabine.
But it's not going to be easy. The Empire has hired 2 evil Force users to counter Ahsoka and Sabine.
Okay, so now the context has been given. Let's talk about the cast and crew a little bit.
Definitely. So the director, Dave Filoni, has been directing Star Wars shows since 2008.
A lot of his well-known works consist of Star Wars shows, but I found it pretty interesting that he was the director for many of the first episodes in the first season of Avatar: The Last Airbender on Nickelodeon.
That's really cool. Did you know that Rosario Dawson, the actress playing Ahsoka, is not the same voice actor that Ahsoka had in the Clone Wars?
I did not know that. That's really interesting.
There's a bunch of other really cool behind-the-scenes facts, too.
That sounds awesome. Let's watch a video that shows some of the behind-the-scenes facts of the Ahsoka show.
There are no more, no less, a master and an apprentice.
Star Wars always has these great master-apprentice relationships.
Remember, a Jedi can feel the Force flowing through him.
You see that handing down of mastery, the teaching, the developing, the growing.
Do or do not. There is no try.
It's very much the idea of apprenticeship. The need for those two groups to come together in order to pass down the knowledge and to help save the world, in the case of Star Wars.
When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, Darth.
Those life lessons are what make these characters some of the most iconic characters worldwide.
The war is just beginning, and I will not be the last Jedi.
All of that wisdom gets passed down, over those generations. We have Qui-Gon Jinn, who's the master of Obi-Wan, who's the master of Anakin Skywalker. And by being trained by Anakin, Ahsoka was part of that legacy as well.
Time for
some Force Awakening facts and trivia.
Filming took place in Los Angeles, California, and roughly took 6 months to film, ranging from May of 2022, October of 2022.
The budget for the show hasn't been revealed, but it's estimated to be well over $100 million.
Since the release date of the show in August 22nd, the show has gotten some galactic numbers, bringing in roughly 14 million views and 784 million minutes of watching worldwide, and that's just on the first episode.
We don't know yet how much money the show's brought in, but from the release date data, it's pretty safe to assume the grand total is going to be a really big number.
Did you know that Benedict Cumberbatch, Doctor Strange from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, was offered a role in the show but turned it down? I wonder why. Well, now it's time for a word from our sponsor.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
Now for the part that everyone has been waiting for. What do you like and dislike about the Ahsoka show?
Well, first of all, the lightsaber battles are epic. The choreography is so good.
I completely agree with you there. The special effects seem to have gone to a whole new level in this show. Everything looks so real, it's amazing.
They've also really nailed Ahsoka's personality and mannerisms like it was from the Clone Wars.
Yeah, they've done a great job with her. And also like on the technical side of the show, they've just done a great job overall.
And the story's been fantastic. I really like it when shows don't make it easy for the protagonist to succeed.
Again, I agree with you. I normally have Star Wars shows on in the background while doing other things, but with this show, I can't take my eyes off the screens. Like, I have to sit down on the couch and watch it.
Yeah, I feel like the reason for that is because the show's using already known and loved characters to tell this story, along with making new characters that are actually interesting.
Like, yeah, the antagonist Baylan has a really interesting backstory. Having been a Jedi Padawan before turning to the dark side, you don't see that too often in Star Wars.
And speaking of Baylan, who do you think he is? I mean, he's not really fit the whole description of a Sith, but he's not really a Jedi.
I think he's a completely different class of his own. In the 4th episode, he gave Sabine a chance to live and join him, and then he called his apprentice off of her when she tried to kill Sabine. It's like no other Force user would do that.
Yeah, and I really love how he gave Sabine a chance to join him. You know, the fact that she chose to is really interesting to me. Like, it gives you a deeper idea of who Sabine is deep down inside.
I really like that she's not like all of the other Jedi characters who have some unbreakable will and won't listen to reason. It's like she listened to what Baylan had to say and then makes a decision based off what she thinks is best for her.
Yeah, it's really cool, and I'm excited to see what comes of Baylan. I think he's a really interesting character.
I'm more excited to see Thrawn. My only complaint about the series so far is that Thrawn hasn't been seen yet.
I mean, but it makes sense why. You know, Thrawn and Ezra, they're the end goal of the show, and if people have been waiting for the closing to the story for nearly 6 years, they're not just going to give us Thrawn right away.
I half agree with you. I feel like the show should have been them trying to find Ezra and Thrawn early and then dealing with the repercussions of that for the rest of the show.
But then if they did that, how would they keep people to keep watching? You know, if Ezra and Thrawn are safe, then kind of what's the point of the entire rest of the season?
It brings a whole new possibility of tension. Like, what will they do once they find him? Where will they go? What'll happen?
I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree on this one.
Apparently we will. Well, with that being said, what rating do you give this show?
I think I'm going to give this one 5 out of 5 reels. You know, I'm really loving the show so far. I'm really excited to see how it goes down in the last half of the season. Yeah, so 5 out of 5 for me. What about you? What do you rate it?
Well, despite my one complaint about them not showing Thrawn fast enough, like, I'm still giving the show 5 out of 5 reels. They've done so many things really well that just one thing, I couldn't knock it down from that. I'm always waiting for Tuesday nights for episodes to drop, super excited, and I'm not able to look away when they're on. It's been a fantastic show.
Yeah, this has probably been the best Star Wars show yet. Better than Obi-Wan.
Yeah, that doesn't take much.
Absolutely true. All right, well, folks, that's going to do it for today's episode. I hope everyone's Force was awakened.
Jeff, why did you bring up that lackluster movie?
It wasn't that bad.
Well, we'll let the viewers decide on that one. But before you go, make sure to check out our Facebook page and YouTube page at Reel to Reel for new episodes live every Friday at 10:30 and noon.
And with that being said, have a good weekend, everybody. And
may the Force be with you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Real, the movie review show produced entirely by the interactive design and video production students here at Hennepin Technical College. My name is Alvin.
And I'm Jeff. Today, we're going to talk about the new DC Comics superhero film Blue Beetle, starring Xolo Maridueña, Susan Sarandon, George Lopez, and Bruna Marquezine. It's a fun-filled heroic romp that will leave you blue in the face with excitement. But before we get into all that, let's check out the trailer.
Roll it.
Excuse me, Mr. Reyes? You finished scraping the gum off that lounger or what?
Everything right now feels so out of reach.
You always land on your feet, bro. You're Jaime.
They don't get out much.
I just want to rap.
Jenny?
Guard the habits in your life, but do not open it.
You went in to get us jobs, and all you brought back was a hamburger?
Okay, I don't think it's a burger.
You haven't looked?
What the hell is that?
How did you get it to do that?
I think he likes me.
It's on your face! Get it off! Get it off! Jaime.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. What the?
Your host acquired.
Who said that? It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Space.
Re-entry systems ready.
Wait, This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. What is going on? I just want to rock.
It's called the Scarab. It's some kind of world-destroying weapon. It's designed to protect its host.
This ain't what you want.
Sometimes it does what you want, and sometimes it doesn't.
I think I cut a bus in half.
The Scarab chose you, but it belongs to me.
The love you feel for your family makes you weak.
I just want to rock. You won't kill my dog, stand my money, don't know my side.
The universe has sent you a gift, and you have to figure out what you're gonna do with it.
That's my heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 5.
Whatever you can imagine, I can create.
Let's party.
Nice choice.
I just want to
Whoa, it's like Batman stuff. Batman's a fascist.
Blue Beetle is an action-packed superhero movie directed by Manuel Soto. Known for his work on City Charms of Kings, it's about a teenager who becomes the Blue Beetle after finding out a mysterious scarab. He must learn to control his newfound powers and protect his city from evil. Blue Beetle is a superhero that has been around for several decades in comic books. There have been multiple individuals who have taken on the mantle of Blue Beetle throughout the years, each of their own unique story and powers. The most well-known version, and the one we'll be reviewing about today, is Jamie Reyes, a teenager who becomes Blue Beetle after discovering a powerful alien scarab. He is also known for his high-tech suit and ability to generate weapons. Blue Beetle has become a beloved character in the DC comic universe and has appeared in various animated adaptations as well.
There are some awesome cast members involved in the Blue Beetle film. One of the notable ones is Xolo Maridueña, who plays Jaime Reyes, the Blue Beetle. George Lopez stars as Rudy Reyes, his uncle, and Bruna Marquezine as Jenny Cord. There's many, many more as well. The film was written by Gareth Dene Alcocer. Some notable writers who've contributed to the Blue Beetle stories in the comics include Keith Giffen, John Rogers, and Tony Bedard. These writers have brought their own unique perspectives and storytelling styles to the character, making Blue Beetle an engaging and dynamic superhero in the DC Comics universe.
Let's take a look at behind-the-scenes clip.
My name is Xolo Maridueña, and I'm Jaime Reyes, Blue Beetle, in the movie Blue Beetle. That's gonna be sick.
Go!
I can say from personal experience, it's probably one of the coolest suits I've seen in superheroes ever. We had finished a leg day and I realized like, oh shoot, I'm gonna have to throw up. But I swallowed it and I was like, hell yeah, I'm a king. Fitness ain't got nothing on me. All the training really comes down to this.
Oh yeah.
At this time of the recording, Blue Beetle has grossed $64 million in USA and Canada with worldwide total of $114 million. Generally, films need to double that production cost to even break, so Blue Beetle is a little bit halfway there. However, its biggest achievement so far is that it debuted at #1, knocking Barbie off her month-long seat at the top.
In an era where superhero films are predominantly shot in front of a green screen, Blue Beetle was mostly shot on location. These include El Paso, Texas, Los Angeles, California, Decatur, Georgia, and most spectacular of all, the centuries-old fortress Castillo San Felipe del Morro in Old San Juan, Puerto Rico. Director Angel Manuel Soto said, quote, "Using real locations allowed us to better integration of the practical suits so the VFX serve as an enhancement. It's a tool, not a dependency."
The use of practical sets and costumes was partly due to budget concerns, but also out of the desire to reduce the workload of the VFX teams. Soto said in quotes, "We didn't exploit the VFX artists as much as they have already been exploited. This is clearly a comment on Marvel's tendency to overwork and underpay its visual effect teams."
The Blue Beetle costume itself was apparently pretty comfortable to wear, according to Mari Dueña. It was constructed out of spandex and cast urethane, with specialty parts 3D printed or made of metal. Costume designer Mayes Rubeo was also very considerate of the actor's needs, installing zippers in strategic places for quick release whenever nature called, which I'm sure had Mari Dueña sighing with relief. Get it? Cyan? Because it's a shade of blue? Cyan?
We'll be back. Yes.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
I really enjoyed this film. It had everything I want in a superhero story. Fun characters, exciting fight scenes, cool superpowers, and as a bonus, a hero who doesn't kill anyone, even if several other good guys in the film do. Overall, it's not very sophisticated storytelling, but it did feel very much like a comic book. I enjoyed the modernized take on the character in the form of Jaime Reyes, as well as the updated look of the costume and Blue Beetle's abilities. Now, while I've not read any Blue Beetle comics myself, I understand that this film was a pretty faithful adaptation, and I like how there are references to the previous comic book iterations of the character. This film also hits several emotional levels. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's heartfelt, and sometimes it's even heavy, as it deals with the tragic death of a family member, as well as the modern reality of being Hispanic in the United States. Honestly, my biggest problem with the film is that Harvey Guillen didn't have enough screen time. He was fantastic. I wish they would have fleshed out his character a bit more. If you like superhero movies, I assure you, you'll have a good time. Overall, I give it 4 out of 5 reels.
For me, it was a great movie, and I also loved the fact he was Latino, and they embraced the Latino culture as well. Also very funny. There were a lot of jokes that cracked me up. All in all, it was a great movie from DC, And going into the cinema as how low expectations I had, I'm going to be giving it a first ever 5 out of 5 reels. And yeah, I also like the fact that they implemented the Hispanic. And beware, it's Hispanic month. So
it's the first day of Hispanic Heritage Month. It's the perfect time to do.
So it's great that we're talking about Blue Beetle at this time.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, and I like the Latino culture added to it as well. I feel it's a bit of how they made Black Panther about Africans, and that's the type of feel I also had also for Blue Beetle as well.
True to the culture that it's trying to represent. Yeah, and the fact that they brought in, you know, actors who were famous in Mexican cinema to do the crossover into American cinema. Really, really, really great stuff. I really like the fact that every time DC gets away from the Justice League, they make a good movie.
Great movies,
right?
Great
With the
movies.
exception of Wonder Woman, which was a great film, but like this was up there with Wonder Woman and Shazam and Suicide Squad and Birds of Prey with Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also shout out to George Lopez.
Oh, he was so good.
Oh, he was excellent, excellent.
He was so good.
He was funny.
Yeah.
He cracked me up. Every single time he popped up, he cracked me up every single time.
He was also really good at the heartfelt moments,
Yes,
like the
as
serious,
well.
dramatic
He's a
moments
great
that he
actor.
had.
He's a great
he
actor.
was great. And Susan Sarandon as the villain was great. They didn't give her a whole lot of depth, which again, that's pretty standard fare, I think, for some DC Comics films. But it didn't bother me. Like, they gave her a reason for being a villain, and it was fine. I also like the fact that they brought in mentions to Ted Kord, who is the former Blue Beetle in the comics.
Yes.
Yeah, and they've got some really cool little Easter eggs for Blue Beetle fans in the film that they go into. They call it the Bug Lair, and it's pretty great stuff.
With this, we have come to the end of this Reel to Reel section. Do not forget to tune in for our afternoon section later today, and follow us for more on Facebook and YouTube. I remain your one and true African son, Avin Sagwar.
And I'm Jeff Nepple. We'll see you next time on Reel to Reel.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Reel to Reel, everyone's favorite movie review podcast. I am noted film critic Nick.
And I'm everyone's favorite movie film critic, Gabe.
Buckle up, because today we are talking about the newest video game film adaptation, Gran Turismo. Is it as bad, or is it as good as The Last of Us, or is it as bad as the Super Mario Brothers movie? Let's speed off into the trailer.
If you miss a line in the game, you reset. You miss it on the track, you could die.
Who do you think the best driver is?
Probably Rory.
I would dust him in a lap.
Jan, all you do is play video games with some crazy dreams of racing cars.
Dad, you're the one that told us to always do something we love.
You know what racing cars cost? Look around. It's not our world, son.
What is this?
It's a contest.
The best Gran Turismo players in the world get a chance to compete in professional racing.
Dude, this is real.
This is real.
I'm sorry. You really think you're gonna take a kid who plays video games in their bedroom, you're gonna strap him to a 200-mile-an-hour rocket? It'll tear him to pieces.
You can hate me now,
It's not gonna work. The guys who race are elite athletes.
but I won't stop now.
Your kids are scrawny little gamer kids.
Well, that's where you come in.
Come on, let's go!
Cause I can't stop now.
Must be a new experience for you, moving your legs. You puked on my lawn.
There's no turning back now.
when you're in a race, the cockpit is going to be 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The G-forces will be twice what an astronaut experiences upon liftoff. I can't see anything! Hey, you get extra points for that in the game? Jesus Christ.
I had to hustle hard, never give up. This whole thing is insane, but out of the couch surfing nerds that you sent me, he is the best one. You made it.
Yes! Welcome to Team This End.
What's next?
It's Major Leagues. The other drivers are going to hate you.
Come on.
Whoopsie.
Dude, what is your problem?
It's part of the game. It's called racing. If you miss a line in the game, you reset. You miss it on the track, you could die.
I know this track. I've raced it 1,000 times.
That's what I'm talking about.
This movie is based on a true story following Jan Mardenberg as he attempts to prove his dad wrong by doing what he loves, racing. Nissan opens up a GT Academy to recruit the 10 best Gran Turismo simulator players in the world to see if they're any good behind an actual wheel.
Directed by Neil Blomkamp, Gran Turismo is produced by Columbia Pictures and PlayStation Productions.
Sony's goal for this movie was to bring the video game itself, Gran Turismo, to life, based on Jan's story.
Nissan also plays a huge role in this film, being the main sponsor. Their brand plays an integral part in the story.
The film stars Archie Madekwe as Jan, alongside David Harbour as the two main characters.
The movie brings a demanding-like approach with David's character at first, but quickly makes you realize that's not the case.
They also brought a romantical and dramatic aspect to the movie, adding more to the movie than you'd expect.
But enough of that, let's check out a behind-the-scenes clip.
Hey everyone, we are so excited to tell you about our movie, Gran Turismo.
This movie is made for the cinema.
It's a Sony PlayStation partnership. It doesn't get any better than this.
It's a movie based on a true life story.
With heart-pounding action, drama, it's a love story.
And it's badass race car action that you're gonna feel like you're in the middle of.
Body vibrating sound. The audience is going to feel every jolt, every thrill of this racing at 200 miles per hour.
We're excited to share Gran Turismo with you exclusively in theaters.
This is the second film under Sony's new PlayStation Productions brand. With a budget of $60 million, it has, of this day, made back $82.6 million. The film's poster, trailer, and even the title boast about it being based on a true story, which it is. Jan Mardenborough was the original guy who won at the Nissan PlayStation GT Academy in 2011. Most of the events in the film are accurate to his life, and he was even a stunt double in the film.
The film was shot mainly in Hungary and Dubai and used a couple real racetracks in Europe. For example, they used the Hungarian circuit in Magyarország, Hungary, and the Nürburgring track in Nürburgring, Germany.
There has been some slight controversy since the film has released regarding a scene in the movie. I'm not going to say it's a spoiler because it's someone's actual life, but spoilers. There's a scene where the main character gets in a car accident in the middle of a race, and that accident resulted in the death of a spectator. In the movie, they recreate it pretty accurately to what actually happened. However, some critics have called it tasteless and reprehensible, and how in the movie, it's treated in a way where it's the source of the main character's motivation to get back in the race.
Despite the fact the film came out in 2023, the film has been in development since 2013. Originally, it was directed by Joseph Kosinski, who went on to do Top Gun Maverick, but ended up being replaced by the current director, Neil Blomkamp, known for District 9 and Elysium.
Well, we gotta pay some bills. We'll be back in exactly 1 minute. Time it.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
All right, let's get back into the part where you're most interested in, the review. Gran Turismo is very average. It's generic, it's written like an AI wrote it. It's not as brain dead as Fast and the Furious, but it's nothing special. The story is fairly engaging, but it's incredibly cliched and predictable. Take like The Karate Kid or even Rocky, but just add expensive cars to it. That's basically what this is. The characters are very unmemorable. I kept forgetting the main character's name throughout the movie, and I don't even recall ever hearing the Manor's name ever. The racing shots are the best parts, and it's shot fairly competently, but everything else looks really cheap, as if most of the budget went to licensing 3 Black Sabbath songs and expensive cars, rather than the actual look of it. The CGI looks a little dorky at times, like they tried to replicate the game's graphics in the live-action scenes, but it just looks stupid. This is a safe, crowd-pleasing, feel-good movie. No twists, no surprises. I mean, I wasn't expecting like a surreal David Lynch sequence, but I was at least hoping for something different or interesting to happen. The best way to sum it up in a review is a review I found on Letterboxd. This was like watching a Christian film, only instead of learning to believe in Jesus, the characters learn to believe in the power of PlayStation. 2 out of 5 reels. It is one of the movies of all time. But alright, I've talked enough about it. What do you think about it?
As personally being a car person, I actually really enjoyed the movie. Back in the day, I played myself some Gran Turismo, and it was really cool how they would make the in-real-life racing look like you're in the simulator. The way they use foreshadowing and turn a car movie into an emotional disaster. I didn't mind. The crime scenes were pretty terrible, to be honest. I get he killed somebody, but they weren't that good. But I can agree with Nick. The writing was a bit generic at times, and the CGI was a bit all over the place. If you have any interest in cars, you'll probably like it, but overall, I'm going to give this movie a solid 3 out of 5 reels. It might be my GTR bias, and I was sad when they totaled 3 of them. But I thought it wasn't that bad at all, especially for a 2-hour car movie.
So, I'm just curious, did you feel at all the movie was cliched in any way?
Yeah, I could say that.
Because I think the main problem with it is just how cliched it is. I mean, I mentioned like Rocky and Karate Kid, but like it starts with, you know, he has a dream, an ambition, his parents don't believe in him, he goes to do it, he gets in, his parents still don't believe in him, he gets into an accident, then boom, turnaround conflict, and he wins. It's like every sports movie that's ever made. The only thing I can give it credit on is that, I mean, it's satisfying. Like, it doesn't end terribly, it doesn't, like, I mean, he wins the race.
I mean, to be honest, me personally, I thought the ending was pretty predictable.
Yeah.
Especially most parts of the movie, I could kind of see what was coming.
And they drag it out, too.
They really do.
I mean, was it the 24-hour race, I think it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get why, but it's still long.
Going on a different topic, how do you like some of the more, not the main characters, but the side characters? For example, the dude with the gold Lamborghini.
I forgot all about him until he showed up again.
Yes. I personally thought he was very annoying. And I feel like his role in the movie just got very overused.
I could definitely see that. Well, we seem to be running out of time for this episode.
Be sure to check out our YouTube and Facebook page for more movies, reviews like this every Friday at 10:30 and noon.
With everything being said, go watch a movie, form an opinion, and we'll see you next week.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Reel to Reel, the movie review show produced entirely by the interactive design and video production students here at Hennepin Technical College. My name is Fernando Quinones, and I'm with me, Jeff Nepple.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
What?
You know, Robert Oppenheimer's famous line. Did you even watch the movie?
We're reviewing Barbie?
We are?
Yes. Did you even watch the movie?
Yeah, I saw it right before Oppenheimer.
Why don't we have the folks at home watch the trailer while we get this sorted out?
I guess I don't need this.
Hey Barbie, can I come to your house tonight?
Sure. I don't have anything big planned, just a giant blowout party with all the Barbies and planned choreography and a bespoke song. You should stop by.
So cool.
You can find me under the lights, diamonds under my eyes.
This is the best day ever. It is the best day ever. So is yesterday, and so is tomorrow, and every day from now until forever. Do you guys ever think about dying?
When my heart breaks,
Some things have been happening that might be related.
when my world shakes.
Cold shower, falling off my roof, and my heels are on the ground. What do I have to do? You have to go to the real world. You can go back to your regular life, or you can know the truth about the universe. The choice is now yours. The first one, the high heel. You have to want to know, okay? Do it again.
Closer I am find. Closer I am find.
I'm coming with you.
Okay. Wow, this is the real world. What's going on? Why are these men looking at me?
Yeah, they're also staring at me.
Barbie in the real world. That's impossible.
If this got out, this could mean extremely weird things for our world. This would be catastrophic!
We haven't played with Barbie since we were like 5 years old. Oh.
No one rests until this doll is back in a box.
Even if nobody else sings along.
Humans only have one ending.
Get that Barbie!
Ideas live forever.
No, I won't let you do just one appendectomy.
But I'm a man.
But not a doctor.
Can I talk to a doctor?
You are talking to a doctor.
And I need a clicky pen?
No.
A sharp thing?
No.
There he is. Doctor!
Somebody get security.
Is Barbie if you're still in doubt?
Barbie is the story of a Barbie doll, played by Margot Robbie, living a perfect life in Barbie land with all of the other Barbies and Kens, who one day wonders about death. This causes her perfect life to fall apart, so she and Ken, played by Ryan Gosling, travel to the real world to find the little girl who's playing with her and causing this existential crisis. Once there, they get separated, Barbie goes to Mattel, appeals for help, while Ken discovers patriarchy.
Barbie learns that Mattel doesn't have her best interests at heart, and discovers that the girl who was playing with her is actually a mother named Gloria, playing with her daughter Sasha's old toys while remembering the past. Gloria and Sasha help Barbie escape from Mattel, and all three travel back to Barbie Land, only to find that Ken has already returned and introduced patriarchy, with the Kens now in charge and the other Barbies brainwashed into subservient roles.
Barbie unsuccessfully tries to convince the other Barbies to go back to the way things were, and subsequently falls into a deep depression. This causes Gloria to give Barbie a rousing speech that society's conflicting expectations of women, which snaps her out of her funk. Enlisting the help of a group of outcast dolls, Barbie, Gloria, and Sasha hatch a scheme to get the brainwashed Barbies back to their old selves.
Having achieved this, all the Barbies then manipulate the Kens into turning on each other. The Barbies now realize the systemic oppression the Kens have been put through and decide to change the problematic events of the previous Barbie Land way of life. However, Ken is still sad because he feels he has no purpose without Barbie, to which Barbie encourages him to do some self-discovery. Barbie herself is unsure about her future, and ultimately decides to go back to the real world with Gloria and Sasha to become human.
Barbie is a film about being human, about becoming human.
Greta was the first person and the only person we went to because I love her as a writer, as a director.
Could you just hold on for 1 second?
I knew that she would be doing something that feels relevant and current.
Amazing. Great. I love that one.
She's an incredibly generous, brilliant person.
Greta's enthusiasm is just completely contagious.
3, 2, 1.
Here, let us show you.
Yes, that's great. I feel like we've always used dolls as a way to kind of understand ourselves through play. I thought, well, wouldn't it be wonderful if she was allowed to be like us and to be flawed and messy and not have to be perfectly perfect.
I'm fine. A-okay.
Greta's the best.
That's great.
She's an incredible director. I think she's an auteur.
I don't understand how a person has that clear of a vision for every single detail of the movie.
Greta's sense of humor and intelligence and warmth and heart is in everything.
Greta described a script as human emotion expressed through dolls, and it was exactly that.
I wanted to paint in big, beautiful, broad strokes and build this crazy world and have it be funny and real and relatable, and I just want people to feel joyful.
Barbie!
Hey Jeff, did you know that the Barbie Dreamhouse cul-de-sac was actually a practical set and not CGI? They were upscale all the props to give the talents a more doll-like look and feel.
I did not. Did you know that the budget for the movie was $145 million, and at the time of this recording has earned over $1.4 billion worldwide?
You're absolutely right, Jeff. Also, this movie went through several changes. Like Amy Schumer was originally a scriptwriter with her sister, as well as being cast as Barbie. And before her, she was going to be Anne Hathaway. Development for the film began all the way back in September of 2009, when Mattel signed a deal with Universal Pictures, but nothing came of it until April of 2014, when Mattel teamed up with Sony Pictures to produce the film.
True story. Eventually, director Greta Gerwig co-wrote the script with her partner Noah Baumbach and was given complete creative control over the script writing process. They had time to write the script during the COVID-19 pandemic and said that the process of writing was very open and free.
Greta Gerwig was influenced by a Barbie as a child, but her mother wasn't the biggest fan of those types of dolls at the time, as she saw them setting a false beauty standard for women. Her mother would later allow her to have Barbies, but Gerwig would use her mother's point of view in the character Sasha, played by Ariana Greenblatt. Gerwig describes the film as anarchic, unhinged, and humanist. You can almost see the feelings of Gerwig through the pandemic with the line near the start of the movie of, "Do you guys ever think about dying?" Throughout the movie, you can see the consequences of a Barbie hierarchy with the obvious trope of Barbie's rule and Ken's of the underclass. With this in mind, you can see where the later conflict comes from.
Speaking of class, here's a word from our sponsor.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
I feel like I speak for most people when I say I walked in this movie not expecting a lot, but when I actually saw it, I was laughing and taken back by the whole themes and messages. The whole hierarchy message was both funny and held a lot of feeling and depth. The dance choreography had my eyes glued to the screen, and the subtle adult jokes were just enough, but didn't drag like a Seth Rogen film. Learning that the set was all practical made me actually happy. I've been getting tired of all these CGI backgrounds and fake locations, so this was a breath of fresh air. The set and the behind the scenes and seeing how much the cast had chemistry, all of this really just made me even more happy. I wouldn't say I'd bring my younger niece to this movie, but it's definitely a movie for the adults. But in my opinion, this movie is full of laughs, maybe sit back and think about its strong themes. The ending did seem a little too introspective for me, but it didn't take me away from the movie. So due to all this, I'm gonna go ahead and give this a 5 out of 5 reels. This movie came out of left field for me, and it definitely delivered.
I loved this movie. From the opening parody of 2001: A Space Odyssey to the closing line at Barbie's first doctor appointment, this film had me grinning and laughing for almost 2 hours straight. Much like the Lego Movie, I didn't know what to expect from Barbie, only that people seemed to really like it. And also like the Lego Movie, I was blown away with how funny it was. This film fully embraces its campiness, yet it's still smart and manages to tackle serious issues like sexism, personal identity, and existential dread. I don't have any sisters, and I never played with Barbies myself, so my exposure to Barbie is limited to commercials and Christmas toy catalogs. But from what I'm told, this film is full of Easter eggs for the Barbie enthusiast, and I like that. You don't need to know anything about Barbie to enjoy this film, but if you do, it's an added layer, and that's something to appreciate. In fact, the middle-aged woman in the row in front of me was repeatedly squealing with delight, saying, "I had her, and I had her, and I had her." I also like the inclusivity of the casting, as there are Barbies of different sizes, shapes, and abilities, including one in a wheelchair. This conscious representation is consistent with the nature of the toy, furthering the message of you can do and be anything. So, the messages are great, the production design is great, the performances are great, the soundtrack is great, the jokes are great, the costumes are great. This film is just flat out great. If I had to find fault somewhere, I'd say Will Ferrell's scenes didn't do much for me, but then I'm not a big Will Ferrell fan, so take that for what it's worth. Overall, though, I give Barbie 5 out of 5 reels.
Well, Jeff, it looks like we're running out of time. So if you're looking for more Reel to Reel, go ahead and follow us on our YouTube and Facebook for more live stream movie reviews every Friday at 10:30 and noon. We hope to have a wonderful day. Stay tuned for the Oppenheimer section of our Barbenheimer review at 12. And remember,
you're all enough.
Welcome to Reel. My name is Nick, and today I'm being joined by Patrick.
Today we're talking about a movie that blew up in the cinema. That's right, today we're talking about Oppenheimer.
Really, Patrick? A bomb joke just like that at the beginning?
Well, the whole movie's about the invention of the atomic bomb, so I feel like it's warranted.
Just roll the trailer.
This is a national emergency.
Detonators charged.
race against the Nazis. And I know what it means. If the Nazis have a bomb.
We have a 12-month head start. 18. How could you possibly know that?
We've got one hope. All America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here. A secret laboratory. Keep everyone there until it's done.
Let's go recruit some scientists.
Build a town, build it fast. If we don't let scientists bring their families, we'll never get the best.
Why would we go to the middle of nowhere for who knows how long?
Why? Why? How about because this is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of the world?
You're the great improviser, but this you can't do in your head.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world?
Chances are near zero.
Near zero.
What do you want from theory alone?
0 would be nice.
This is a matter of life and death. But I can perform this miracle.
World War II would be over. Our boys would come home.
That's happening, isn't it?
The world will remember this day. Our work here will ensure a peace mankind has never seen. Until somebody builds a bigger one.
You are the man who gave them the power to destroy themselves. And the world is not prepared.
5, 4, 3. Truman needs to know what's next.
2. What's next?
1.
Oppenheimer is the newest Christopher Nolan film, the maker of Memento, The Dark Knight, and Inception. This time, in his second film about World War II, he's made a film about J. Robert Oppenheimer, known as the father of the atomic bomb, and additionally the Manhattan Project. It deals with the bomb's creation, the first drop, and the impact of the bomb's existence, as well as his relationships and eventual trial.
The film stars Cillian Murphy as Robert Oppenheimer and features Matt Damon, Robert Downey Jr., Emily Blunt, Florence Pugh, John Harnett, Casey Affleck, and Rami Malek, and many others. It's a very stacked cast.
This film is an adaptation of a 2005 biography about Oppenheimer called The American Prometheus, written by Kai Bird and Martin Sherwin. The book was given to Nolan by Robert Pattinson towards the end of Nolan's previous film, Tenet. Well, as Prince once said, if night falls and a bomb falls, will anybody see the dawn? Let's check out a behind-the-scenes clip about the most pivotal scene in the movie.
The world will remember this day.
The Trinity test and the revelation of the first atomic explosion to the world was one of the most important moments in the 20th century.
It was a massive, miraculous project that many thousands of people were involved with. It touched government, it touched science, it had huge ramifications for all sorts of ordinary people.
The Trinity test and the development and the race and the fact that it was all attempting to save kind of humanity from fascism.
World War II would be over. Our boys would come home.
This is a matter of life and death. But I can perform this miracle.
What was really interesting was going back and trying to understand what these guys were thinking and the terrible decisions that were placed in front of them.
I don't know if we can be trusted with such a weapon, but I know the Nazis can.
We live in the world that we live in because of what happened at Los Alamos.
Why would we go to the middle of nowhere for who knows how long?
How about because this is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of the world?
all through humanity. We've been blinded by ambition and pursuit, and then the ramifications are something else.
That's happening, isn't it?
I think that's why it's so bizarre and amazing that Chris is making this movie now. We're seeing parallels.
It's a profoundly overwhelming experience watching it. It's not a history lesson. It's not telling people this is what you must learn from this, but I think it's very clear it can reflect back on what's happening in the world today.
When I asked Chris what was interesting about why he wanted to make it, he said, I always found that very interesting that when they were doing the Trinity test. They were asked, what are the chances of this going wrong and it blowing up the entire world?
Chances are near zero. Near zero. What do you want from theory alone? Zero would be nice.
Detonator charged.
What is that decision to just still go ahead and do it?
It's an extraordinary moment in human history, and I wanted to take the audience into that room and be there when that button is pushed and really fully bring the audience to this moment in time.
3, 2, 1.
After about 2 months of being released, Oppenheimer has made $900 million.
With a budget of $100 million, this is a very impressive feat and has made Oppenheimer one of the most profitable films of 2023. Nolan's terms for the movie were also crazy. His terms with Universal was to have an equal marketing budget, total creative control, 20% of the first dollar gross, and a blackout period 3 weeks before and 3 weeks after the movie was released where Universal couldn't release anything.
Despite these terms, Oppenheimer was quite overshadowed by the Barbie movie. In the first week of being released, Barbie made $500 million, and Oppenheimer made $230 million. Despite these movies being completely different, they seem to be compared to each other quite often when talking about the profit of the movie.
And while recording, Cillian Murphy at one point ate 1 almond a day to lose enough weight for the role of J. Robert Oppenheimer.
Apparently, the movie was not always called Oppenheimer. When Universal started work on the movie, the title was The Gadget.
This film was mostly shot on location, where they built replica buildings to simulate being in the 1940s. These include Los Alamos, Ghost Ranch, Santa Fe, Belen, and Lamy.
This is Christopher Nolan's longest movie, clocking in at 3 hours. Way too long. Well, our commercial is not even close to that long, so we'll be right back after the short 1-minute break.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
In my opinion, Oppenheimer could have been better. To start, I'll say the story is fairly interesting, albeit it does get kind of boring here and there. And the whole last third feels like I'm watching 12 Angry Men, but it is at least interesting. J. Robert Oppenheimer is the only properly developed character. All the others feel very unmemorable, and don't get me wrong, Robert Downey Jr., Matt Damon, they give decent enough performances, but they're not as well as Cillian Murphy's is. I hope one day Christopher Nolan learns to talk to women because, man, he is so bad at writing women, which is kind of a pattern in a lot of his films, but it's very prevalent here. They are either used as sex objects or useless. The way it's structured is unique. Rather than told in order, it's non-linear. It bounces back and forth between color and black and white, with the colored sections being the Oppenheimer's perspective and the black and white segments from Richard Strauss's perspective. I never found it confusing, but I did find it boring after a while, which leads into my main problem, the one major issue, the length. There is absolutely no way to justify the 3-hour length. Literally 60 minutes could be cut out of this, and it wouldn't be as boring. I mean, this is a very dense film. There's a lot of layers, very intricately made, but I just don't care. It feels a little pretentious. Solid movie, would never watch it again. 3 out of 5 reels. But what did you think, Patrick?
I'm just going to start by saying I have very little good to say about this movie. It was way too long, boring, and confusing. I agree this movie could have been cut down to a 2-hour movie. The last third feels like it's just trying to get more screen time. I was quite unimpressed with the writing. Like, Oppenheimer was written well, but everyone else was just the same and boring, especially the women. They seemed like all the same characters, like in looks and how they acted. The only memorable scene for me is when they did the test drop of the bomb. Before then, it feels like the story is everywhere and moving way too slow. Two perspectives also confused me. I had trouble keeping track of who wanted what and what was going on. Overall, I give this movie 2 out of 5 reels. I'm truly not impressed. The only reason it's not a 1 is because of the interesting special effects that they used. It did kind of seem like someone with ADHD edited the sparks and lights in, but for the story, I think it works.
Well, just like that, we're out of time.
For future episodes of Reel to Reel, follow us on Facebook and subscribe to our YouTube channel. New episodes go live every Friday at 10:30 and noon.
That being said, go watch a movie, form an opinion, and we'll see you next week.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fernando Quinones, and I'm here with Alvin Isagawa.
And today, we are going to be talking about the latest film produced by Kenneth Branagh, A Haunting in Venice, a thriller murder mystery, just in time before Halloween.
That's right, Alvin. Now let's get strapped for this classical whodunit on this beautiful trip to Venice, Italy.
Oh, I love Italian food. Makes me feel so alive.
Well, hold on to that, Alvin, because the only thing that we're getting served is revenge served cold. Now roll it.
Hercule Poirot, I've found something. I've looked at it from every which way. I am the smartest person I ever met, and I can't figure it out, so I came to the second.
You are up to something, my friend.
I've seen a million of these so-called psychics, each one a fake.
I do not believe in psychics.
Come with me to a seance. Spot the con I can't.
Detective, you are here to discredit me, but I can talk to the dead.
I'd give all I have to hear my daughter's voice.
If someone wants to be heard, we are here. Listening.
Mama? Felicia? What is happening?
You can't trap us here.
Somebody is dead. No one shall leave this place until I know who did it.
A ghost killed her.
There must be a rational answer for all of this.
Just admit that you were up against something bigger than you.
You were saying?
Something in this house tried to kill me.
Don't Don't look at me like I'm suspect. We're old friends.
Every murderer is somebody's old friend.
No one shall leave until I find if the living have been killed by the dead.
You have been hiding here all this time.
Who are you talking to?
A Haunting in Venice, produced and directed by Kenneth Branagh, is a murder mystery film from a screenplay by Michael Green, loosely based on 1969 Agatha Christie novel Halloween Party. It serves as a sequel to Death on the Nile 2022, and its third film, which Kenneth Branagh reprises a role as a Belgian detective Hercule Poirot. This assembled cast includes Kyle Allen, Camille Coutinho, Jamie Doran, Tina Fey, Jude Hill, Ali Khan, Emma Lareed, Kelly Riley, Ricardo Scamario, and Michelle Yeoh.
In 1974, Hercule Poirot lives in retirement in post-war Venice, employing ex-police officer Vitale Portfolio as a bodyguard on Halloween. Mystery writer Ednei Olivieri convinces Poirot to attend a seance at the Palazzo of opera singer Rowena Drake and exposes a medium, Joyce Reynolds, as a fraud. Now retired and living in self-imposed exile in the world's most glamorous city, Poirot reluctantly attends a seance at the decaying haunted Palazzo. He soon gets thrust into a sinister world of shadows and secrets when one of his guests is murdered.
With all this being said, let's look at some behind-the-scenes clips of this murder mystery movie.
Tonight, we are all afraid.
A Haunting in Venice has that sort of knot-in-the-stomach, edge-of-the-seat quality.
Won't you forgive me?
We want to give them that vicarious thrill of being in this really quite haunting palazzo.
I think what was really appealing from the very first read of the script was that Palazzo was a character.
Some things can't be seen.
I think Venice in itself conjures up ideas of darkness. You think of those old Gothic buildings and the history of the place.
I remember walking onto the set for the first time. It had set all the right tones.
It's as terrifying and ominous and interesting as it needs to be.
Is it not too frightening for the children?
This set, you can really walk through it like a house.
It is a remarkable palazzo.
Ken likes to work in a way that you feel the environment is a 360, completely believable world that we inhabit.
We tried to find those ways to look at Venice that took you there but made you feel unsettled, kind of exciting unsettled quality.
Mom?
That's such a fun thing to do.
If someone wants to be heard, we are here.
Filming began for A Haunting in Venice back in October of 2022, and production happening on location in Venice, Italy, and Pinewood Studio out in Iverheath, England. For reference, that's just about 18 miles from central London. As of September 27th, the film has grossed $27.4 million in the United States and Canada, and $46.2 million in other parts of the world, for a grand total worldwide of $73.5 million. So it's doing all right in the box office considering the budget was $60 million.
The film is a little different from his first two movies, Murders on Orient Express and Death on the Nile. Jason Zinoman from the New York Times called the film whodunit, splashed with a horror. Michael Phillips from Chicago Tribune praises the film, saying, "It's the best from Bernard Hercule Poirot films."
The music was composed by Hildur Gradadier back in April of 2022. This is a new composer for the series, Bernier, because he often asked composer Patrick Doyle to participate in the making of his films. Hildur also did the music for 2019's Joker and the Chernobyl drama series that was also in 2019. The president of 20th Century Studios, Steve Isbell, revealed in March of 2022 that Michael Green would return for the writing of the script, and Kenneth Branagh would also return as director as well as star in the movie again.
The screenplay is inspired by the Agatha Christie 1960s novel Halloween Party, with the setting changed from England to UK to Vincent, Italy. This isn't the first time Halloween Party has been adapted to films though. Back in 2011, ITV Studios and WGBH released an 89-minute feature-length starring David Suchet as Poirot.
And now let's figure out the mystery of how we keep the lights on in here by going to commercial.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
A Haunting in Venice had me biting my nails from start to finish. Even though I haven't seen the other two movies, I didn't feel super lost at all. You could tell right at the start that Poirot was an old man who wanted to just be left alone, and he mentions this a lot in the movie by repeatedly saying that he didn't have any friends. But not in a sad kind of way. It made me see him as kind of a badass who has a backbone. These types of films are always like a little game of trying to sit there and be a detective alongside him, and I love that. The side characters did feel a little dead to me though, but I could honestly tell if it's the theme that they were trying to get or if they just didn't cast the roles that well. People have been going around saying there's no character development, and I can honestly agree with them. Yes, you find out why some characters are acting like complete snobs, but it doesn't really do justice for me. There's a part in the film where Poirot talks to a dead girl through a mirror, and they do this really bad zoom in on her, and it looked like an indie film effect. So it's a little upsetting for me. However, the main kill of the movie is perfect. The medium flying over the ledge and back first onto a raised hand of a statue in the rain. I'm not sure how hard it is to do an effect and a stunt like that, but man, it looked cool. My other big gripe with the film was that the explanations of how the murderer did everything, it felt like they kind of just made some stuff up on the spot and gave it Poirot's too smart for you to understand this type of feeling. The ending of the film wasn't too bad. The killer gets caught, of course, everyone's happy. Poirot leaves retirement, and you can get this awesome panning shot of Venice that left me kind of jealous that I wasn't there myself. The music and the wardrobe really drove it home for me. There was a couple things that did let me down, but honestly, I had a blast with the movie. I left the theater telling myself that I needed to watch the other two movies. Poirot was a really fun character. I enjoyed when he was on screen, which is good because you know he's the main character. So for me, A Haunting in Venice has earned itself 3 out of 5 reels. The side characters held back the movie, and the killer's motives didn't make much sense to me. Not a bad movie, though. How about you, Alvin?
All in all, A Haunting in Venice was a good movie. Going into the cinema with super low expectations, it was a good movie. Although I had problems with the marketing because they made it feel like it was some weird, spooky, horror haunted movie. It wasn't really about that. They did have some horror in it, but wasn't really horror at all. But it was a well put together movie in my opinion. It had a lot of twists and turns, and for someone like me who really isn't into murder mystery movies, I enjoyed it. It was also a bit funny as well, not all through the movie, but in some parts. The fact Hercule wasn't ready to give up and accept that there were ghosts in the house and was finding every means to counter it. And even he was saying hallucinating, and although he was clearly helped by Alicia's ghost to help pull Rwanda down, who would have thought? Lol. That's why I'm giving it a 4 out of 5 reels. It's really not my type of movie. I want to watch again. It's not bad enough to say it's a 3 out of 5 though. If you like old school mystery murder movies, I guess I recommend it for you. But for me, I'd rather go watch a better movie. I do agree with you. The characters, the back characters made it feel a bit weren't charactered off, but who really thought it's not really a bad movie? So for me, 4 out of 5 is a bit fair. It looks like we've run out of time, Nando, and we have come to the end of this section of Reel to Reel. Do not forget to tune into our afternoon show later and follow us on Facebook and YouTube. I remain your one truly African host, Alvin.
And it's your boy, Nando.
And we will see you next time on Reel to Reel.
Hi, and welcome back to Reel to Reel. And along with me is our reoccurring critic who needs no introduction, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. And his name is movie critic Jeff.
Glad to be back. This is Jacob, by the way, and today we're going to get into the action-packed adventure known as The Expendables 4.
Welcome home, honey.
Do you read now?
What is this?
It's classified.
Welcome home, honey.
Do you read now?
What is this?
It's classified.
Coming with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't invited.
Nothing can stop me, I can't get enough. Playing with dangerous bad behavior. Bad behavior. They call it bad behavior.
Hey, why are you here?
I got this situation where I need your help.
I need bad friends.
Was that the new guy?
Is that Sniper?
Don't worry about it. I got a prescription scope.
Well, Hawkeyes, remember this face. Don't shoot it by accident.
Terrorists have taken possession of nuclear missiles on a cargo ship off the coast. If these babies go off, it'll be World War III.
Take cover!
To choose this life over friends, over family.
It's time to get loud.
Let's fly, baby!
Come on, bring it!
Now, that's what I'm talking about.
Is that the biggest one you've got? Oh, it's way bigger than that.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. So, the movie that we're reviewing today is The Expendables 4. Directed by Scott Waugh, this movie features Jason Statham, Sylvester Stallone, Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, Megan Fox, Dolph Lundgren, Tony Jaa, Iko Uwais, Randy Couture, Levi Tran, and Andy Garcia.
The plot is pretty linear and simple. The Expendables are sent to Libya to keep Raymat from stealing nuclear warheads from the mysterious Ocelot, whom Barney Ross failed to apprehend 25 years prior. However, after all the fighting comes to a close, the team is incapacitated when all of their vehicles are destroyed. This leaves Barney vulnerable as his plane is shot down and he is killed.
At Barney's memorial service, CIA operative Marsh reveals to the team that they will go after Ocelot and Raymat, leaving Lee Christmas behind as he jeopardized the mission trying to save Barney. He's replaced by Gina and brings in a new operative named Lash to the team.
It is revealed that Ocelot plans to ignite World War III by letting the nuclear warheads explode in the Russian Far East, transporting them on a ship disguised as an American aircraft carrier. As the Expendables and Marsh board the ship, they are ambushed and taken hostage. Marsh is taken away to negotiate a prisoner exchange for the eyewitnesses.
Meanwhile, Christmas travels to Thailand to recruit former expendable Deecha, who has turned towards pacifism, but agrees to bring them to the ship to avenge Barney. As Christmas fights his way through the ship, Deecha has a change of heart and helps him rescue the rest of the team. They launch an attack on Ramat's forces, during which Christmas kills him. However, Toll Road has been heavily wounded and needs immediate medical care.
During the prisoner exchange, Marsh is revealed to be Ocelot, hoping to finally profit from igniting World War III. While the team leaves on Deecha's boat to save Toll Road, Christmas stays behind to turn the ship around to avoid a global conflict. He confronts Marsh, who is surprisingly killed by Barney, who reveals that he faked his own death to lure Ocelot out of hiding. They escape the nuclear explosion and celebrate with the team.
So, as you can see, this plot is very basic and not at all interesting. Well, at least they can make it up with some okay action sequences. And speaking of action sequences, let's take a quick look at the scene from the movie.
I see you like to play with knives.
Well, I ain't playing no more. You're gonna give me the kill switch and we're gonna end all this.
Come and get it, hero.
Back when Expendables 3 came out around 2024, Sylvester Stallone had stated many times while promoting the movie that if there was a fourth film, he would make it a rated R film to do the stunts and actions he envisioned, and after 9 years, he kept to his word and made it a rated R film with action scenes he wanted to add way back then.
Speaking of Sylvester Stallone, when this movie was preparing to be released to the public, he hinted that this would be the first in a new trilogy. So, we can expect to see more of this franchise later on whether we want to or not. I know it's only been a week since it was released, but as of now, it's only earned $8.3 million with a budget of, get this, $100 million, which is a really big flop. And with the way this looks to be going, it's going to be taking a huge loss.
This film has been thought of and in production since 2014, shortly after the third movie came out. The script took 2 years to write, and then, because of COVID, the movie took 2 years to produce. So this movie has been in the works for a good while.
With this movie being in production for so long, it must be good, right? Well, we'll give you our reviews after this short commercial.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multicam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
Welcome back from that commercial that was better than the movie we had to watch. I'm going to start off by saying this is the worst movie I've seen in 2023. This film is supposed to be like the last three, you know, a B-rated action film. so I wasn't expecting there to be anything mind-blowing, but I was expecting there to be some more funny interactions and gags because of, the style of the film. Instead, I got cringeworthy jokes and gags that made me sit there and say, was this supposed to be funny? This movie had so many A-list actors that should have given better performances, but it looked like all of them, except for maybe Statham and Stallone, didn't even want to be there. Not only that, they killed off Stallone within the first 30 minutes of the film. I wasn't sad about his death, I was annoyed, because what in your right mind makes you think this was a good choice, killing the only charismatic character in the film? This decision made the movie so uninteresting to watch. If I didn't have to review it for this show, I'd have walked out of the theater. Then, at the end of the movie, Stallone comes back. So, you're telling me he was there the whole time? He could have at least been shown so I had one more reason to be there. And one more thing. Where'd the budget for this movie go? The last 3 Expendables, by all means, didn't have the greatest film sets, but you could still tell that they were Hollywood-worthy. This movie didn't even seem to be from Hollywood. It looked like it was from my backyard. These VFX and set pieces were so off-putting and horrible that it just wasn't enjoyable like the last 3 films. When I think of the Expendables franchise, I think of funny, kind of bad action movies that you put on with your friends, I'm sorry, but this wasn't even close to those. Overall, this movie had bad screenwriting, bad dialogue, bad set design, bad VFX, and bad jokes. And for this reason, I'm giving this atrocity 1 out of 5 reels. What do you think, Jacob?
Yeah, what can I even say? I guess I'll start with the things I liked, which boils down to the small interactions Sylvester Stallone's character had with Jason Statham's character, and just how brotherly they were in the film. And also a few of the hand-to-hand combat scenes they showed during the film, which kept me engaged. That's pretty much it, though, for the things I liked. This film was pretty hard to watch. The film was supposed to be an Expendables movie, but it only follows the character Lee Christmas and only used the Expendables team for less than half the movie, which shouldn't be the case. It's almost as if they just wanted to use the Expendables name so they could receive the prestige from the title. But no, that couldn't possibly be the case, would it? It most definitely is. Like you said, Jeff, the VFX and backgrounds were off-putting, and there were many times where you could visibly see the outline of the background and actors, and many scenes showing vehicles and chase scenes that just looked like a poorly rendered video game cutscene, which shouldn't be the case for this franchise. Another part I agree with you, Jeff, is how weird and confusing the writing for Sylvester Stallone's character was. To bring him back from the dead, because, spoilers, using a small thug to be your decoy shouldn't work, especially with how close Sylvester's character was to his team, and especially to Lee Christmas. You would think they would notice the smaller frame and question or catch on that it was a decoy. So when I left the movie, that's all I could think about, and it really annoyed me. With all this being said, I'll be generous, and I'll give this a 2 out of 5 reels, solely for the hand-to-hand combat scenes and Jason's character. But let it be known that it was barely a 2 out of 5.
Well, I think it's about time to wrap this up.
I agree, Jeff. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button and notification bell to receive notifications on new uploads.
If you're watching this on our Facebook page, make sure you follow us, and you'll get notified the next time we go live.
Again, my name is Jacob, and along with me is my here friend Jeff. We hope to see you next time on
Reel to Reel.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Real to Real. I'm everyone's favorite host, Alvin, and today, I'm with Gabe.
Today we will be diving into the horror of Jigsaw, as the 10th installment has just hit theaters.
There are 10 of them?
Yes, there is. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the trailer.
The cancer is still spreading. I'm afraid there's nothing else we can do. There is one person who might be able to help.
Our program is a two-pronged treatment outside Mexico City. The results have been stunning.
She saved my life.
You're in very good hands with us.
After that, what happens then?
Your whole life happens then. John Kramer.
According to these scans, the tumor was never removed.
How much time do I have?
Months, at best.
I still have a lot of work that needs to be done. Hello, everyone. It's time to play a game. You all pretended to cure me, but what I have planned for each of you is very real. The only thing I have not provided is your anesthetic. But trust me, you will want to remain alert.
Out of all the men that you know, you picked John Kramer?
Please, don't hesitate. Place a big enough piece of your cerebral tissue into the glass enzyme tank. This will save your life.
So sleep,
This is not retribution. It's a reawakening. Live or die. The choice is yours.
Saw X is the 10th installment in the Saw film series. It is directed and edited by Kevin Goetz and written by Peter Goldfinger and John Stolberg. The film stars Tobin Bell and Shamla Smith reprising their roles from the previous films with Sylvian Lund, Stephen Byrne, Renata Vicar, Michael Beach, set between events the first two movies. John Hammer goes on a trip in Mexico in hopes of an experimental procedure may cure him, later discovering fraudulent scam within the operation. As retribution, he kidnaps those responsible and subjects them to trademark death traps.
Hoping for a cure for his cancer, John Kramer travels to Mexico for a risky and medical procedure, only to discover the whole thing is a scam. John would get his revenge, little did he know, becoming Jigsaw again.
With all this being said, let us take a look at some behind-the-scenes clips from Saw 10.
How much time do I have?
Months, at best.
I still have a lot of work that needs to be done.
It was our desire to make a film that feels more like the early Saw movies.
This, in our mind, is really Saw 2. This movie happens weeks after the end of Saw 1.
I help people overcome inner obstacles.
It needed to look like the early Saw movie.
They were shot on 35. They were scuzzy and gritty. There's arsenical greens and ochre yellows.
We're working with a cinematographer here who has just done a fabulous job.
One of the great challenges of this project was really putting together an excellent trap team. And I feel like we have this amazing team. And I think that the fans are going to be happy. No! All the people that really love Saw.
I want to play a game. My job is to bring humanity to John Kramer. The traps, I leave to the people who are disturbed enough to come up with some of these things.
And we go back to what I think the audience most enjoys about John Kramer's character.
I wage war. I wage war against mediocrity.
What struck me was the relationship between John and Amanda. I think that's some of the best passages or scenes.
Everyone deserves a chance. You should know that more than anyone.
It's super fun to be able to come all the way back to the beginning.
We really did this movie for the fans.
The story's compelling, and the Saw fans, next level.
We really tried to pay them back for the loyalty and the fans that have been there since Saw 1. And that's why there's the Easter eggs, there's throwbacks to other. We just really tried to say, you've asked for this movie, we're making this for you.
Saw 10 was released on September 29th and was produced with a budget of $13 million. And as of October 5th, it has grossed $22 million in the United States and Canada, and worldwide has made about $34 million. So a positive income already in a week.
The movie was mainly shot in Mexico and was in development since 2021. Shooting for the movie didn't begin until the late 2022 and finished up in February 2023.
This movie takes place right after the original Saw and right before Saw 2.
This was also the first movie in the entire franchise where Jigsaw cries.
Wow, how sad. Well, that's enough torture for one day. We gotta pay these bills somehow. We'll be right back with our reviews after this quick commercial.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single-cam productions, multi-cam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
This being the first Saw movie I'd ever watched, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but man, I know now. Starting off the movie with somebody getting their eyes sucked out was something, but I kind of enjoyed it. And the way they put the storyline into the movie with a bunch of twists and turns keeps you really engaged. They put a really big emphasis on John's character and made him seem like the good guy, but really nobody was a good guy in the entire movie. But I can say Jigsaw does have heart in him, but he also still does have cancer, so it makes me think there will be a Saw 11. Now for the best part of the movie, the traps. So they really had the traps in one location, which kind of brought it down a little bit, but I can confirm Jigsaw is one crazy mastermind when it comes to these things. A ticking time bomb in the arms is crazy, but I don't even know how you think of that. Some of the traps were kind of predictable. You almost win the game, timer goes off, boom, you're dead. But the trap designs were nothing but awesome in my opinion. But in all, this movie is pretty good. If you like Bud, you like the movie, but I'm gonna give Saw 10 a solid 3 out of 5 reels. It would be higher, but I thought the ending was a little lackluster, giving the kid all the money. But Alvin, what did you think of it?
For me, I'm going to be honest, I am not a fan of horror movies, but I had to go and watch the O2 series before I made a better judgment for this one. And honestly, I didn't like any of them. But one thing I could tell you is that this one looked like the worst one. It was slow, the plot twist was so predictable, it made John Kramer look like he was a good guy, when in reality he isn't meant to be a good guy. It also looked like they changed his character, and I found that a bit absurd. Knowing the Jigsaw had to survive in the other movies, and for him to be threatened in the ending was very childish. And there was a total of 4 kills Jigsaw, only killed them, and it was very lame. It was a dark comedy for the first 1 hour. It really didn't impress me. From the first 2 Saw movies I saw and watched, it looks like the writers dropped the ball on this one. It wasn't up to standards like the last Saw franchise. It was very disappointing, and I felt like it should just end here, because I only see this franchise going downhill from here. I mean, the storyline was not good at all. Started talking off for an hour before anything happened, with very simple contractions. Poor plot, poor characters, poor traps, poor ending. They tried to make it look like a comical horror, but towards the end, I don't know how people write stuff like that. Didn't work for me, honestly. If this was meant to be the last one, then what a letdown for their fans of this so-called franchise. And with all this being said, so X is going to get a 2 out of 5 reels, and the only reason it's not worse was because I could manage to sit down and watch it. It was unnecessarily long. So yes, it's a 2 out of 5 for me. I really didn't like it at all. What do you think about the traps? I didn't like it.
Before we talk about the traps, I just want to add something. So John's basic whole thing was to, okay, you know what?
Go. You know what, Gabe? We spent a lot of time talking about this franchise section, and the show has now come to an end. You know what, Gabe? I think we spent a lot of time talking about this franchise section, and the show has now come to an end.
Sorry about the confusion there, folks, but don't forget to tune into our next show this afternoon and follow us on YouTube and Facebook.
I remain your one and truly African son, Alvin Sagwa.
And I'm Gabe, the blonde babe.
I'll see you next time
on
for Real to Real.
Welcome to Real, the movie review show put on by the video production students at Hennepin Technical College. My name is Patrick, and I am here with Jacob.
Hello there. Today we'll be reviewing the movie The Creator.
Let's see if it feels like ChatGPT wrote this movie, or if it'll actually be one of the unique films of 2023.
Hopefully the AI in this movie does a good job with the storytelling. Let's watch the trailer.
When the war started, they protected me. Took better care of me than humans would have.
They're not people, Maya. It's just programming.
10 years ago today, the artificial intelligence created to protect us detonated a nuclear warhead in Los Angeles. This is a fight for our very existence.
Sergeant Taylor, we are this close to winning the war. But the AI are developing a super weapon. Retrieve it, or they win.
Did you locate the weapon?
Yeah, it's just a kid.
Are you going to heaven?
No. You gotta be a good person to go to heaven.
So we're the same. We can't go to heaven because you're not good. And I'm not a person.
Do you have any idea what the thing is?
She looks like a little girl now, but she's growing. Whoever has that kid wins the war.
What side do you want, huh?
do you want, sweetie?
For robots to be free.
Oh, we don't have that in the fridge. How about ice cream?
The movie The Creator was directed by Gareth Edwards, which features actors John David Washington, Madeline Yuna Voiles, Gemma Chan, Allison Janney, Ken Watanabe, and Mark Minkaka.
The future has made human-like robots, which backfires, and is revealed that the AI have dropped a bomb on Los Angeles, California. This sparks a decade-long war, which robots were purged all over except New Asia, where they treat AI as a friend. We are introduced to Joshua, who along with a girl called Maya, live in New Asia. We learn that Joshua is a spy for America, and after a surprise attack, Maya runs off a boat to get away.
This ends horribly as the spaceship called Nomad drops a bomb, exploding the boats, killing Maya. Several years later, we see Joshua now in a depression. The general reaches out to Joshua to get him to join an expedition to find a lab with an AI weapon. Joshua only goes when the general shows footage of Maya alive. Invading the lab, Joshua finds a child who turns out to be a robot, and while talking to the child, she manages to escape.
Joshua, following the girl, sees his team die, only leaving the Colonel Howell and McBride, a soldier left captured. Joshua learns that the child is able to control all tech, and that the kid also knows Maya. Joshua takes the child, who he names Alfie, to a friend to learn more. Howell and McBride manage to escape and follow Joshua.
Visiting Joshua's friend, we learn that Maya's ring is actually a tracker that pings at their old house. At the house, Joshua and Alfie get taken by the resistance to their village. The army then starts a surprise attack, which Alfie decides to help, delaying the army, but getting hurt in the process. The resistance then leads Josh to Maya, who is alive, but in a never-ending coma. The army finds them again, taking Alfie and Joshua into custody.
We learn that the bomb that blew up part of California was a human error, and that Alfie is too dangerous to be kept alive. This leads Joshua and Alfie to go to the Nomad ship, where they manage to blow it up. While escaping, Alfie gets into an escape pod, which gets stuck. This leads Joshua to sacrifice himself, saving Alfie, and turning the tide of the war.
With all that being said, let's take a quick look at this clip, shall we?
Shipley, it's Howell. Answer the phone. Shipley, I know you're there.
Colonel.
Taylor, where's Shipley?
I'm with him right now. He's in pretty bad shape.
All right, listen to me. Did you locate the weapon?
Yeah, it's here. I'm with it.
Describe it.
It's a kid. It's a kid. They make it into some kind of kid. That's the weapon.
What?
Colonel, look.
I can't reach you. You have to bring it to me. Do you understand?
No, Shipley can't move. I mean, he's not looking good at all. Police are everywhere. I don't know how I'm getting out right now. I don't even have an extra strategy right now.
Then you know what you have to do. Kill it.
What? Look, Colonel, How?
Made $32 million and cost $80 million to produce. Keep in mind, this is only the first week and the movie still has time to break even.
The recording for The Creator was done in Thailand and England, Very little of the movie was made in the actual studio.
Hey, Jacob, did you know that John David Washington, the actor of the main character, Joshua, used to play football for the St. Louis Rams?
I did not know that. But did you know that there were a lot of Easter eggs in this movie? For example, Star Trek, The Enterprise, encounters a form of AI called the Nomad, who is also searching for the creator.
Huh, interesting. Did you know that the name Nirmata, which is Maya's alias, actually means the creator in Hindi? It actually makes sense, seeing as how she made all of the AI.
I just had a realization. What if the commercial was made by AI?
Nah, the commercial was made by humans, I hope. Let's watch it, see if we can find anything suspicious about it. Be back in 1 minute.
3, 2, 1.
With what's happening today with smartphones, everybody has the ability to shoot video. But not everybody has the ability to edit that video and communicate a thought and idea in a professional way with high production value. That's where we come in. This particular program allows a student to do single cam productions, multicam productions, short films, corporate promos, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that a student can learn in the video production area.
What I love here is the practical work that I can learn. It's like a non-pressure environment, and I like that about it.
All those things that you're not going to learn unless you do it. You can read about it in a book, but that's not going to help you when you're on set.
After watching the trailer, I went into this movie with high expectations, but was terribly let down. In the trailer, it looked like some spin-off of Star Wars, but the movie was just a montage of bad storytelling and poor character development. Whenever the characters, human or AI, were seen from the front, it was hard to tell who was who. The battle scenes were very disorienting and hard to watch. The plot armor in this film is ridiculous. The whole time, Jonathan nearly escaping death, and while everyone around him is dying, there were several new characters that the writers seemed to just not want to deal with either, because they'd be introduced and then be killed off 10 minutes after. The only redeeming quality of this movie is its special effects. The bombs and the robots did look really good. Despite the poor storytelling, the visuals were fantastic. With all that being said, I'm going to give this movie a 3 out of 5 reels. Not impressed, but has good special effects. What do you think, Jacob?
I actually quite enjoyed the movie. Don't get me wrong, it isn't perfect by all means, but everything in the movie was stunning, from locations to how the robots look so real, which is what I enjoyed the most while watching this movie. The story, however, is a different story. Now, I'll say that this concept is nothing new. It's been done hundreds of times. And also, you can clearly tell that this was directed by Gareth Edwards, who also directed Rogue One, as it nearly parallels it in several moments. There are some questionable choices for this movie, like why are some vehicles futuristic and some are still from 2000s? Like, I assume there should be more future in the future. Another huge dislike for me is the random teleporting. There are many scenes that when the main character just disappears and manages to get several miles away, which is just stupid writing. In reality, Joshua should have been dead or captured at least 10 times over. While I do have many negatives about this movie, overall it's pretty enjoyable. And I personally don't mind that there is no character development, as this seems to be a standalone film, in my opinion. So I can forgive it, which leads me to give this film a 4 to 5 reels. A low 4 to 5, but a 4 to 5 nonetheless.
Well, looks like we're running out of time.
That we are, Patrick. If you are watching on YouTube, make sure to hit the subscribe button to get notifications on all uploads and future streams.
If you're watching on Facebook, give us a good old follow to be notified when we go live. Once again, I'm Patrick with my human friend Jacob, and this has been Reel to Reel.
Welcome to Reel, the movie review program put on by video production students at Hennepin Technical College. My name is Aiden, and I am being joined by Patrick, and today we're going to review the new Paw Patrol movie.
Will Paw Patrol be a positively awesome film of 2023, or end up in the doghouse of failed films?
Let's dig up the clues and sniff out the truth.
Hey, continue my puns. You didn't tell me to stop.
Well, yeah, of course. Those puns are positively funny.
And now they're not. You can't just use the same pun twice and think that'll still be funny.
Oh, well. Okay.
You know what? No, let's just roll the trailer.
Are you positive?
Trailer, please.
It's showtime!
When our world is threatened, one team is ready to launch.
Did he say lunch?
No, I said launch.
The meteor's heading straight for us! Whoa!
It's giving off some kind of energy. I didn't do it! No way.
This September,
I think we got superpowers.
And that's why I wear a hard hat. I feel the need for super speed. I'm a wrecking ball. Surf's up. Look at your paws.
Great. Now the clumsy pup shoots fireballs out of his paws.
a new breed of heroes
Superpowers are real.
hits the big screen.
We're gonna need a new name for ourselves. How about the Paw Patrol? But more. With just a little bit extra. Yeesh. How about the Mighty Pups?
Those should be my superpowers.
Coming in hot.
I'm gonna take them one by one. Oh my goodness! I can talk! I have so much to say!
Give me that. It's showtime.
Well, well, well!
Humdinger. He looks different than I remember.
All right, puppies! Playtime's over!
When you go up against one of us, you go up against all of us. Now that we're super, I'm never gonna get to sleep. Well, you're probably more tired than you.
You've got to be kidding me.
Paw Patrol, the mighty movie, was directed by Cal Bunker and had McKenna Grace as Skye, Christian Convery as Chase, and Finn Liepp as Ryder.
Some big names of the film include Kim Kardashian and Chris Rock.
The story starts the pups and Ryder saving a family from a fire at their house caused by a thief trying to take a powerful magnet.
The magnet was stolen by a totally not mad scientist named V to pull an asteroid into Earth that had powerful surges flowing through it.
While trying to pull the asteroid in, however, V's machine broke and it ended up crashing into the Paw Patrol's tower. The pups moved the asteroid to their base and started studying it.
Eventually, one of the pups touched the asteroid, which split open, revealing crystals that gave the pups superpowers.
Eventually, V found out about this and wanted the crystals for herself, so she stole the crystals from the pups.
The pups managed to get back one of the crystals and had to share it with each other to beat V in a fight.
After what seemed like forever, they beat V, but it was too late. She summoned a bunch of meteors to crash into Earth, trying to get more crystals for more power.
But with the crystals back, the Paw Patrol could stop the meteors from crashing into the city and saved everyone.
What a tense storyline for a kids' film. There are a lot of deep topics if you look into the movie.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome that they made a decent story that anyone can enjoy.
And with that, let's watch a quick scene from the movie.
Look at your paws! Whoa! It's some kind of fireball. Well, that makes sense. You're a fire pup. I wonder what your power is. Huh? Chase? Marshall! Up here! How'd you get over there so fast? Get over where?
Great. Now the clumsy pup shoots fireballs out of his paws.
Cool. I'm a wrecking ball.
Whoa, Rubble, are you okay?
Rock and roll.
As you may or may not know, Paw Patrol, the Mighty Movie, is the sequel to Paw Patrol, the Movie, and a spin-off of the series titled Rubble and Crew.
Let's get into some bone-gnawing facts that'll leave your mouth watering. Apparently, all of the main characters, with the exception of Rocky and Liberty, have new voice actors.
Also, before production, in an August 2021 interview, director Cal Bunker stated that he was interested in making a sequel to the original Paw Patrol movie, but he wanted to wait and see if people really did like the first one. Obviously, fans loved it since it made a worldwide total of $144.3 million.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to make a sequel after seeing those numbers? With a budget of $30 million, Paw Patrol, the Mighty Movie, has made $22.8 million in the opening weekend and is currently at a worldwide total of $89.9 million.
Just shy off of 90. Well, with the current success of this Canadian film, Spin Master announced that a third film is in development, scheduling it to be released in 2026.
This is the first Paw Patrol film that will be rated PG, unlike the original film, which was rated G. Also, this makes the second film based on a Nick Jr. series to receive a PG rating.
This movie marks actor Lil Ray Howery's fourth time voice acting in a film, and this also marks actress Taraji Henson's third animated film.
Yeah, it's also the third animated Paramount and Nickelodeon feature film to be shown in theaters with a short film.
Well, I think I'm about full on all those delicious snacks. We're going to need to keep our pockets full unless we want to starve. Roll the commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then you get your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
I went to the theater with one of my friends and we had a blast. The movie is very obviously geared towards kids, but I loved it all the same. It's a nice breath of fresh air having a fun, lighthearted movie, while a bunch of horror movies are coming out around this time of year. This movie has several good and bad things. So let's start with the bad so that we can end on a good note. First of all, the story was quite basic and predictable, which makes sense seeing it is a kids movie. The one-liners in the movie just got ridiculous and overused. I don't think I ever want to hear "Chase is on the case" ever again. The kids love it, the adults don't. Now, time for some good things. I love the look of the movie. It was made to look very cartoony, and I love that. It seems like a lot of animated films try to make it almost realistic with cartoon characters, but Paw Patrol looked consistent throughout the movie. It also looked like it was a blast to animate. Having all of the stuff flying around and crashing everywhere, it seems like an animator's dream movie. I was surprised with the deeper meaning in the movie too. Ryder says, "No job is too big, no pup is too small." This is easily translated to kids who think that they can't make a difference in their life because of how young they are. Overall, I give this movie a 4 out of 5 reels. A low 4 out of 5, but 3 didn't seem adequate for this movie. I did enjoy it, and I did have some good laughs. What do you think, Aiden?
Well, Patrick, I made the horrible decision of going to the movie by myself. Nothing beats a 20-year-old going to a kid's movie, having to walk in front of judgmental moms wondering just what exactly my ulterior motive is. I did, however, have to watch the movie twice, since the first time I might have fallen asleep in the movie theater with no one there to wake me up. I do have to say that for an all-animated kids film, this movie had some really good animation, especially with the action sequences. As an avid action moviegoer, I can always appreciate a good, well-animated action scene. So the story is very basic and simple, just like a kids movie should be. Rubble summarized it pretty well by saying, "How about Paw Patrol, but more, and a little bit extra." Seriously though, this movie has a simple plot about one of the pups having to deal with their insecurities. Wait, sound familiar? Yep, the writers literally just copied and pasted the last movie's script, but changed the pup. Pretty lazy if you ask me. However, this is a kids movie. I'm not expecting some masterpiece. This movie accomplished what it was meant to, entertain kids by bringing them along an adventure. This movie tries to go towards its motto, no job is too big, no pup is too small, which is really a good motto to go by. However, I feel they made this fall short by making Skye too dependent on her newfound superpowers. To me, it felt like I need superpowers in order to compensate for my weaknesses. And then Liberty, don't get me started. They made her seem to have an interesting arc when she didn't get superpowers and when to try and find what was special about her. Well, they made it fall flat and totally threw her to the side and made her watch the Junior Patrollers. All in all, this movie was a solid kids movie. It had an interesting animation with awesome camera angles, a simple enough plot for children, and a pretty awesome soundtrack. If they weren't lazy about the writing style and with some of the character development, I would have gave this movie a higher rating, but I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5 reels. Pretty solid, but not as impactful like other children movies. Ready, set, get wet as we dive into the end of our show.
Don't forget to tune in to our next show at noon. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive updates of new uploads.
And if you're watching this on our Facebook page, make sure you follow us and you'll be notified the next time we go live.
Again, my name is Patrick, along with my friend here, Aiden, and hope to see you next time on
Reel to Reel.
Mamma mia! It's a me, Jeffrio! And I'm here with my brother, Alfluigi!
Stop it.
What, you don't like the accent?
No one likes the accent.
Yeah, good point. Welcome to Reel, the movie review show produced entirely by the video production students here at Hennepin Technical College.
In case you couldn't tell today, we are reviewing Super Mario Bros. Movie, which was produced by Universal Pictures in collaboration with Illumination Studios and Nintendo. If you haven't seen it, we're going to run the trailer for you right now.
Let's go!
Stop.
Sorry.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Not sure if you know who I am, but I'm about to rule the world.
Wow, yay.
But there's one problem. There's a human, has a mustache, just like you.
Do you think I know every human being with a mustache wearing an identical outfit with a hat with the letter of his first name on it? Because I don't.
Bowser is coming. Together, we are going to stop that monster.
How? Look at us. We're adorable.
I got this. No problem. Yes!
Come on, Mario! Our big adventure begins now!
Ah! Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!
There's a huge universe out there. with a lot of galaxies. They're all counting on us. No pressure.
The computer-animated adventure comedy film that is created and based on a very popular Super Mario video game franchise. The movie was produced by Universal Pictures, Illumination, and Nintendo. It was distributed by Universal and was directed by Michael Jelenic and Aaron Horvath, and was written by Matthew Fergel. The assembled voice cast includes Chris Pratt, Anya Taylor-Joy, Charlie Day, Jack Black, Keegan-Michael Key, Seth Rogen, and Fred Armisen. The origin of the film is about Italian-American brothers, Mario and Luigi, who are plumbers that end up getting transported to an alternate world where they become entangled in a battle with the Mushroom Kingdom, which was led by Princess Peach, and the Koopas, which was led by Bowser.
While they were working underground to fix a water main, the Brooklyn plumbers and brothers Mario and Luigi were transported through a strange and mysterious pipe which led them to a magical new world. But these siblings get separated and a great and epic adventure begins.
Before we give a deeper dive into this heroic tale, let's take a scene from the movie.
Mario, why do you look like a bear? What is this?
The raccoon suit, or also known as the Tanuki suit, is my personal favorite. Fly around, and he's an adorable raccoon.
Huh? You get the right power-up and you can fly. You get a different one, you might end up in a cat suit.
The cat suit is fantastic.
He looks adorable.
Has cat-like reflexes and sharp claws, but looks like an adorable character that you just want to squeeze.
Meow. The superstar makes you unstoppable.
It's like the best possible thing.
You want this?
Getting that power-up in the video game was always the most satisfying experience. The whole movie, you're just like, it's gotta happen.
It's gonna blow your mind.
Huh? One of the great things about Nintendo, and especially the Mario Brother games, is that they're made for people of all skill levels, all ages. No matter how good you are at Super Mario Brothers, you get the superstar. For 15 seconds, you are the best player in the world. It's like, I'm terrible at this game, but not for 15 seconds.
I was not terrible at the game.
Well, you were terrible at one point.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Currently, the Super Mario Bros. Movie has grossed $1.3 billion worldwide. Not bad for a film with a $100 million budget. It not only has the record for top opening weekend for a video game adaptation, it also is the highest grossing video game adaptation ever. And it achieved that in just 1 week.
In 1993, a live-action Super Mario Bros. Film was released that was so bad, both critically and commercially, that Nintendo stopped licensing its intellectual property for film adaptations for 26 years, finally taking a chance on 2019's Detective Pikachu. Thankfully, Pikachu's success helped pave the way for Nintendo's flagship characters to finally get a decent film adaptation.
Because of Nintendo's work with Universal Parks and resource to create Mario-themed attractions, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto was introduced to Illumination's animation director Chris Miliandri. The two found out that creative process was similar, and the two hit off so well, Miyamoto picked Miliandri to head his team for a Mario film. Discussions began in 2016, and in 2018 it was announced that Miyamoto and Miliandri will be the co-producers. Teen Titans Go director Aaron Horvath and Michael Jelenic were announced as the film directors in 2021.
Instead of taking an irreverent approach like with Teen Titans Go, Horvath and Jelenic wanted to do the opposite. In an interview with Animation Magazine, Jelenic said, "When people first heard our names attached to the movie, they expected we'd do the Teen Titans Go treatment to Mario. But every project we come to, we make new choices depending on who the audience is and what we're going for." Horvath and Jelenic said they wanted to show how gamers win the game by not giving up, despite repeatedly making mistakes, and did this by turning it into a character quality of Mario's. They also wanted to emphasize Princess Peach's leadership qualities by not only making her a badass, but also by helping her save Mario, rescue the kidnapped Luigi. A role reversal from the games.
You know what's not a game? Real life. And real life requires us to pay bills. So we'll be back right after a short commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then you get your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
This is the best Super Mario Brothers film ever made. But just because a film does well at the box office doesn't make it a great film. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad movie. It actually has quite a lot going for it. For starters, the animation is gorgeous. Illumination updated their lighting and rendering technology for this film, and it shows. The production design is very faithful to the source material, and even the musical score has snippets of various themes from the games sprinkled in. And it's not just music cues. This movie is packed with game references, both of the Mario universe and Nintendo's catalog in general, some of which are really deep pulls. Anybody else remember Mario and Luigi's boss Spike from the 1985 game Wrecking Crew? I do. You can pause nearly every scene and find some kind of nostalgic reference in the background. Unfortunately, the fan service is what this film does best, as the script is sorely lacking. I don't mind that the plot is simple, that's how the games are too. But really early on I realized that the script is squarely in the kids movie category, with no emotional weight, and it never elevated to an everybody movie category like the Lego Movie or Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. This was both surprising and disappointing, since this movie's from Illumination, who did the Despicable Me franchise, which, like the films I just mentioned, do not feel like just kids movies. When you consider the fact that Mario's been around since 1981, the built-in fan base for this film is, to be honest, mostly adults, yet the script was aimed squarely at children. That's a huge disservice to most of your audience. And it's like the filmmakers knew that, so they worked really hard to have lots of nostalgia moments for the adults, but they often felt forced, particularly the inclusion of pop songs from the 80s. The vocal performances of the cast are fine, but nothing really stands out as spectacular. Jack Black is probably the best, but even then he's mostly just being Jack Black. Ultimately, I'm giving the Super Mario Bros. Movie 3 out of 5 reels, because while it's a perfectly fine movie, it could have been a great movie.
This is a movie where if you want to chill with your kids, spouse, or with your friends, it's a good pick. But if you're looking for a cinematic masterpiece, then it's a no. The humor was alright, and the animation was very good. I really did not expect them to go all in for the Mario movie. Everything was super detailed, like their looks, their hair, Bowser's skills, you know. The soundtrack was also really good. Loved how they edited the classical tunes from the game into the film. But when it got to the plot, that is where I feel it got really flat for me. There was a lot of few inconsistencies, like Toad not having to go through enough same trial as Mario to join the team. On the subject of Toad, he was actually the star and the saving grace of the movie. He was very funny, smart, and brave. Princess Peach, on the other hand, her personality was just changing like the weather from the UK. Every single minute of the movie, she had a different personality. Right now, she's a badass warrior princess. Later, she's some Princess Daisy. Later, she's a lover girl. To me, they turned away from who she actually is from the game. Donkey Kong's character was very zesty, and Bowser was very lonely. Speaking of Bowser, I liked his character a lot. I mean, all the guy wanted was someone to love. However, the game references were cool, and the music, like I said earlier, was a great homage to the original games. But that still doesn't make up for the flat and random plot points and quite boring writing to me. I felt they could have done better with the writing. Overall, it's not the best movie if you played the Nintendo Mario games like I did when I was a child. it's definitely a movie to watch, especially if you want something to chuckle and take something off your mind. And that's why I'll be giving it a 3 out of 5 reels, because it was not a bad movie at all. I just felt the writing and the plot was a bit lazy, and they really could have done way better with the writing. So 3 out of 5 was fair to me.
All right, Alvin, I think we come to the end of today's show. Just to let you all know, we're not here next week, so join us in 2 weeks for our next show on October 27th. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and YouTube to be notified anytime we come live. I remain your one truly African son, Alvin. And I'm a Jeffrey, just regular Jeff. And we'll see you next time on Reel to Reel.
Hello, welcome back to Reel to Reel, the most reliable movie review program on the internet. I am noted film critic Nick.
And I'm other noted film critic Aiden.
Today we're taking a look at the newest film by legendary director and theme park guru Martin Scorsese.
Theme park guru?
Well, he constantly calls Marvel films theme park rides. I thought it worked.
Oh, well, all right, well, will this film be as good as Goodfellas or The Wolf of Wall Street? Or is it going to be Scorsese's first blunder?
Let's check it out.
Whose land is this? My land. Well, 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 our war hero has arrived. You made a good choice coming back here. Osage are the finest, wealthiest, and most beautiful people on God's earth. They outsmarted everybody. They have the say. Who gets the oil? Son, I got a question. You like women? That's my weakness. Well, we mix these families together, and that estate money flows the right direction. It'll come to us.
Shomikasi. That's how you are.
I don't know what you said, but it must have been Indian for handsome devil.
Why did you come here?
I work with my uncle.
You scared of him?
Oh, he's the nicest man in the world. The Osage, their time is over. We got to take back control of our home. I was sent down from Washington, D.C. to see about these murders.
We have so many deaths, we've lost count.
It's just bad luck. Seems more like an epidemic than bad luck to me.
Osage is dying by the enemy. Do not let them die alone.
Evil surrounds my heart.
You gotta pick a side.
I don't even know if you love me anymore.
Of course I love you.
And kill these men who killed my family.
Did your wife say who she was most afraid of? Don't do something you're going to regret for the rest of your life. I ain't got nothing but regret.
Killers of the Flower Moon is a crime drama film directed by Martin Scorsese. He co-wrote the screenplay with Eric Roth based on the 2017 book of the same name by David Gron. Its plot centers on a series of Oklahoma murders in Osage Nation during the 1920s committed after oil was discovered on tribal land.
The film follows Ernest Burkhart, who returns from World War I to his rancher uncle, William King Hale. Ernest's brother Byron is also staying there. Hale, a reserve deputy sheriff popularly called King, poses as a friendly man of the Osage. He speaks their language and bestows gifts on them. He secretly schemes to murder them to get their wealth.
Hale then tells Ernest to pay special attention to Molly Kyle, an Osage whose family owns oil head rights. He develops a romance with her, and then they are married. Hale tells Ernest that he will inherit more of Molly's share of wealth as more of the family members die.
Hale has already ordered many deaths of the wealthy Osage people, ordering the deaths of Molly's sister Minnie and Anna.
Ernest displays a reluctance to kill Molly, with whom he now has 2 children, though Hale persists and has Ernest poison Molly by drugging her insulin. Molly begins to experience the same wasting illness as Minnie.
Ernest then botches another murder. He orders the death of Henry Roan and Molly's last sister Rita and her husband. With all these murders happening, Molly hires a personal investigator, William J. Burns. He is beaten to death by Ernest's gang of thugs. Molly then travels to Washington, D.C. to ask President Calvin Coolidge for help. The Bureau of Investigation, led by Agent Tom White, is then sent on the case.
Hale then tries to cover his tracks by murdering several of his own hired killers, but White ferrets out the truth and arrests him and Ernest, even though Ernest at one point deliberately drinks some of her poison himself. The agents find Molly nearly dead and get her proper medical care.
White pressures Ernest into testifying against Hale for the murders. Ernest agrees, but later, after talking with Hale's attorney, Ernest makes the fake claim that he was tortured into accepting to testify. However, the death of one of Ernest and Molly's 3 children from whooping cough persuades Ernest to testify.
Molly meets with Ernest one more time before walking out on him when he lies about not poisoning her. The epilogue is then set as a radio show.
Well, that's enough plot for today. Let's take a breather and check out a behind-the-scenes clip.
We're making a film about an historical event that is central to the Osage history. So, of course, it's important we spoke that language.
What was that? This is 1920s, where people were still speaking the Osage language daily.
We wanted to be as authentic as possible, and using the duality of both English and Osage was a symbol of the enmeshment of the 2 cultures.
We need the shots. Language and culture are inseparable. You understand the way people operate through their language.
Speaking Osage changed the way that I even moved as Molly. It took months to get comfortable with a different pace of speaking.
Working with Robert De Niro, he is very serious about it. So we met every day, getting the gestures right and the voice right.
They got very comfortable with the words, the sounds, the rhythms. And in some cases, I didn't even put subtitles on the scene because you know what's going on. We're deeply committed to staying true to the reality of the world in which this story unfolds.
Released by Paramount and Apple, the film has a budget of $200 million, and at the time of this episode, it has made an approximate of $55.8 million at the box office. It is Marty's second most expensive film, right behind The Irishman, at $250 million, which, fun fact, only made $8 million in the box office because of Netflix and their poor theatrical strategies. But as far as I can find, The Irishman never made its money back, even from streaming and Criterion sales.
In an interview, Marty spoke about the pacing for this film being inspired by Ari Aster's films Midsummer and Beau is Afraid, as well as 1942 film Cat People and 1943 film I Walked with a Zombie.
This is Marty's 7th film with Leonardo DiCaprio, starting with Gangs of New York back in 2002, and this is also his 11th film with Robert De Niro, starting with Mean Streets all the way back in 1973.
The film was shot in Osage County and Washington County, Oklahoma, specifically in Pawhuska, Fairfax, and Bartlesville. In fact, one scene in this movie is filmed on the exact same plot as a scene in the classic 90s film Twister. Filming began in February 2021, and after a brief delay in filming due to an injury De Niro sustained, production wrapped in October of that year.
Before Marty created his adaptation of the Killers of the Flower Moon story, J.J. Abrams was going to direct an adaptation of it back in 2016, and there were even listings of George Clooney being interested in directing it, but it was just rumors. There was no direct source for that.
This isn't the first film adaptation of the Osage murder. In 1959, Warner Bros. Released an anthology film called The FBI Story starring Jimmy Stewart that depicted it. And going back even further to the silent era, there was a 1926 film called Tragedies of the Osage Hills. However, that film is now lost media.
Well, say it with me now. We got some bills to pay. We'll be back in exactly 1 minute.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then you get your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
What can I say about a Martin Scorsese film that hasn't been said before? It's competently shot, it has an interesting story, and almost everyone gives a great performance. Except Leonardo DiCaprio. He's my least favorite character in the movie, which is unfortunate since he's like the main character. It seemed like he was trying way too hard. I could never really believe him. He was always giving off high school theater vibes. Robert De Niro is really good. Lily Gladstone is fantastic. But to be honest, the first 90 minutes of this movie I found incredibly boring. Like, I actually fell asleep briefly during it, which I've never done in any movie. It's a lot of exposition. It gets boring fast. The last 2 hours, though, are pretty interesting. There's a lot of really great shots, the whole fire sequence, the 2 tribal dance scenes, and I really like the lighting in the prison scenes. You know at the end of biopic films where they always have the text like, this person lived to so-and-so, like an aftermath text? This film did that in a really unique way where they portrayed it like an old 50s radio true crime program, with even a cameo by Scorsese himself. The score was fine. It felt a little repetitive at times, and at first I thought it was really bassy, but then I realized that was the bass coming from the Taylor Swift movie The Theater Over, so. Overall, it's a fine movie. It's way too long though. It's definitely looser compared to Scorsese's other films. You watch like Goodfellas or After Hours, and those films are like tight as a drum. Whether or not I liked it though, it is definitely interesting and is a story worth telling. I just wish they spent more time on the actual crime aspect rather than the romance between Leo and Lily Gladstone's characters, which, yeah, they are part of the story, but it's just really dull to me. 3 out of 5 reels. It's great to have a non-Halloween movie in theaters right now, but it's just a shame it kind of overstayed its welcome, but I would still recommend checking it out.
I just want to put it out there that I was seriously awed by this film. The storytelling was masterful, and there wasn't a time in the theater where I felt that the pace of the movie was off, too slow, or dragged on. Halfway through the movie, I really had to go to the bathroom. But even in this 3.5-hour runtime, I couldn't find a spot in the movie where I could take a break. To me, that's seriously saying something about the amount of meat that this movie has. The driving factors were the amazing performances of Leonardo DiCaprio, Lily Gladstone, and Robert De Niro. Each time they were in a scene, they completely stole it. That is an amazing accomplishment for an actor. I would say that Lily Gladstone gave the best performance out of the 3. Every time she was on screen, you were just captivated in her performance. The love story between Ernest and Molly was beautifully well done. There have been few films of her in my life that made me feel confused about my own emotions in a good way, and this relationship between the two really had me. I didn't know whether to feel for the pushover husband or the hard, stubborn wife. Their love was surprisingly genuine, and it really had me distraught when Ernest was just a pushover and let greed win over his love for his family. His character is so interesting to dissect and delve into. He comes out of World War I. This already gives you an idea of what kind of mental state he may be in. He goes to live with his uncle, and you get to see firsthand already how easily of a coward he is and how he could be easily manipulated and pushed over by his uncle. These first scenes already make you feel sorry for the pathetic war veteran he is. Throughout the whole movie, you are constantly put into his realm of difficulties, dealing with his conflicting emotions of love and greed. The score in this movie is absolutely captivating. It does a really good job in bringing you into the scene. You'll be listening to the same song for 10 minutes and you wouldn't even notice it. I don't really have anything bad to say about this film other than the time, But even then, I felt that the time flew by due to the great pacing. Overall, this film is one of Martin Scorsese's top films, so this movie will mark my first 5 out of 5 reels. I feel this movie is well deserving of this rating due to the story, character development, acting, and musical score.
Well, on that note, we are approaching the end of our show.
Don't forget to tune in to our next show at noon. If you are watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive updates of new uploads.
If you're watching this on our Facebook page, make sure you follow us and you'll be notified the next time we go live.
Again, my name is Aiden, and along with my friend here, Nick, we hope to see you next time on Reel to Reel.
Hello everyone, welcome to Reel, the movie review show that everybody loves. My name is Jeff.
And my name is Gabe, and today we're reviewing Season 1 of the Disney Plus exclusive series, Loki.
With Season 2 of Loki right around the corner, today seemed the perfect time to take a dive into the God of Mischief.
With all that being said, let's take a look at the trailer. For Asgard!
Obi? Hello? We have a little bit of a situation we wanted to run by you.
Mobius! Wow! Great to see you again!
That's what's been happening.
Wow! Time slipping.
Wait, you know that?
Yeah.
You've seen that?
Yeah.
Can you fix that?
No. It's impossible to time slip in the TVA.
I know, but we just saw it happen.
Yeah.
I've been pulled through time between the past and the present. Hello? If what I saw is true, there's nothing to stand between this world and utter destruction.
Only one way to find out. Little good old-fashioned legwork. Listen, we have different styles. You're a man of action, which is fine. I take a more slow, deliberate, cerebral approach. It's really goodbye.
It's up to us to save this place.
Is this cracked?
You okay?
Whatever we do, we're playing God.
We are gods. But how do you choose who lives and who dies?
Make the hard choice.
It's him. War is on its way.
Come on, you're the god of mischief.
Always have been. Always will be.
A little over the top, don't you think?
I thought it was spot on.
Loki is a Disney Plus series that follows the events of, well, Loki and his misadventures through the Marvel's extended and split timelines.
At the beginning, Loki, played by Tom Hiddleston, is captured by a mysterious group called the Time Variance Authority, or the TVA. When he makes a new timeline after the Battle of New York that takes place back in the first Avengers movie.
Loki does this by using the Tesseract, an ancient artifact that can open wormholes and allow space travel. He's been brought to the base of the headquarters of the TVA and is accused of crimes against the sacred timeline and is being held prisoner there.
Loki tries to tell the TVA that the interruption in the timeline was the Avengers' fault, but they inform him that their actions were necessary to the timeline while he has caused damage.
Later, Loki is assigned a TVA agent named Mobius, played by Owen Wilson, who takes him to the Time Theater and shows him his past, to then question him on his past and the people he's hurt as the god of mischief. After being made uncomfortable by confronting his sins and wrongdoings, he attempts to escape, but gives up after realizing that the power of the TVA exceeds the power of the Infinity Stones, which were at some point in the Marvel Universe the most powerful weapons in the whole MCU.
Loki then returns back to the Time Theater, and after more interrogation finds out that he caused the death of his mother. He even witnesses his own death by Thanos back in Infinity War. He finally agrees to help the TVA with a rogue agent going on a killing spree, taking out TVA agents and resetting separate timelines. Loki goes out on a mission to repay his debt and stop the rogue agent, to only find out that there are many different versions of Loki out there, camped somewhere on other timelines.
This whole multiverse and timeline thing can get confusing. So let's take a look at the sacred timeline before it was broken with this behind-the-scenes clip about Season 2.
Loki Season 2, Take 1.
3, 2, 1. Sorry!
The best thing about this job is the set. It's always alive, and everyone is part of it. Tom is really great. He's always honest and hilarious. Working with Tom, it was like being a kid again.
He can't do it. We need to get someone else. He's a bit saggy.
Owen Wilson elevates the whole series. He's so intelligent and witty.
Do I need to play it the whole thing with my hands on my hips? Where did this come from?
The entire experience of shooting this is going to stay with me for many, many years.
It's a really special group of people, like extended family.
They keep the joy in the room. All of them do. That's quite magical.
The fans will love it just as much as we enjoy making it.
Loki started streaming back on June 9th of 2021, only on Disney+, but started production all the way back in August of 2019.
The opening episode of the series brought in a record amount of 731 million minutes of viewing time in the first month of the show's release.
And to this day, Loki is the most watched Marvel show of all time. The first episode of the season had 10.9 million views in the first 3 days. But the money made from the show isn't stated anywhere, but if I had to guess, it made a lot of money.
Season 2 for the show just started premiering and had a budget of $141.3 million, with each episode costing $22 million each, which obviously proves what a success Season 1 was. It was filmed in June of 2022 at Pinewood Studios in London.
Loki was also nominated for a lot of awards, and everybody can agree that Tom Hiddleston's acting was marvelous.
The show was also intended to have a major impact on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, so we'll have to see how it affects it as time goes on.
Well, I think that's enough chit-chat. We gotta keep these lights on.
Let's roll that commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then you get your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
I'm not going to lie, I've already watched half of Season 2 already, but taking it back to Season 1, this show is flat out great. Going into it, I wasn't really sure what to expect, and I didn't know if I was going to like it, because I'm more of a Thor, God of Thunder type of guy. But man, I'm kind of a Loki guy now. From the great acting, visual effects, sound design, and just the whole atmosphere of the show was great. This show really shows you how powerful Loki is. We all know that he's a god, but Thor always overshadowed him. Now seeing him solo, he's very powerful. and the whole direction Marvel's going in with the multiverse all leads into this show, which I thought was awesome. Seeing 50 Lokis on the screen at one time was cool, but had to be expensive. And bringing a girl Loki into the idea of the show I thought was great. It shows Loki's personality as a person, but all in all, the God of Mischief got his own show, and it did not disappoint. If you have Disney Plus, I highly recommend you go check it out. I'm going to give the Loki show an easy 5 out of 5 reels. Jeff, what did you think?
I've been a Loki fanboy since the first Avengers film came out, and I want to say it's what got me into comics way back when. So, when he finally got his own show, I was super excited. They showed him as an absolute trickster, which is what he is, and being a pain to everybody around him. The show is showing off more of a human side of Loki, which is funny because he's actually Asgardian, with the time theater, which made him feel bad. You know, you feel bad for him because you can see that Mobius keeps digging at his head and his heart, trying to really needle him. And you see him start slowly feeling pain and regret. It's the emotional weight of the whole show. It just makes him look so much more empathetic and not just like a dagger-throwing maniac. The twists and turns of each episode expand the story not only of the shows, but as the MCU as a whole. Plus, the introduction of Kang the Conqueror through this show was a great idea. I mean, it feels like a huge puzzle that's unfolding right in front of you. So, due to this, I'm going to go ahead and give Loki 5 out of 5 reels. Okay, that brings us to the end of our show. Go ahead and follow us on YouTube for more live streams every Friday, and follow our Facebooks for more movie and show reviews. I am always Jeff.
And I'm Gabe, and we hope to all see you next week, and have a good weekend. And join us back here on Reel to Reel.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Reel to Reel. I'm joined today by my co-host, Nick.
Today we'll be looking at the newest video game adaptation into a film called Five Nights at Freddy's, a mascot horror movie.
Let's take a look at this attempt at another video game movie. Will it live up to the expectations of the fans of the series, or will this be another flop?
Let's take a look at the trailer.
Hi, this is Mike. I was just calling to see if that job that you offered was still available.
Yes. The security guard.
I will take anything.
This place was huge in the 80s with the kids. They shut it down years ago. The owner's just not ready to let it go yet.
I will work and you will sleep.
I understand.
Give me your hand.
All you have to do is keep your eyes on the monitor.
Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's, where fantasy and fun come to life.
Okay.
You must be new security guard.
Can I help you, officer?
Have you met them yet?
Met who?
Them. In the 80s, kids went missing. The police searched Freddy's top to bottom.
Hello?
They never found them. That's why the place shut down.
There are ghost children possessing giant robots. Thanks for the heads up.
Technically, they're animatronics.
What do they want?
They want to make her like them.
Papi! Tell me how to stop them.
It's too late.
Papi, go!
Where to? Why do I always get the weirdos?
The Five Nights at Freddy's movie is directed by Emma Tamman, is a supernatural horror film that takes place mostly at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza based off the popular video game and book series Five Nights at Freddy's, a series about the murder of 5 children possessing the suits of the animatronic mascots at a family pizza restaurant that had been shut down.
The story follows Michael, a degenerate played by Josh Hutcherson, who has been job hunting in order to take care of his antisocial sister, Abby. Michael has been bouncing from job to job for either sleeping or on the job or misconduct. He sleeps on the job in order to see the reoccurring dream of his younger brother, Garrett, being taken by a stranger while on a family camping trip. While being fired from his last job for assaulting a man by accident, he is contacting for a security job at Freddy's Pizzeria.
What Michael doesn't know is that the robots inside are all possessed by the souls of dead children who were murdered by the owner of the restaurant. After a couple of nights, he starts seeing the children in his dreams to try and seek answers, but in order to get the answers Michael is looking for, the children have one request.
Well, that's enough of the story. Let's take a deeper look at the animatronics. Roll the clip.
Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria.
This movie is basically about a guy who gets a job working at this pizzeria from the 80s that's abandoned, and once inside, madness ensues.
Have you met them yet?
Met who?
Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy.
They're really terrifying. I think they're doing their job. They're supposed to be eerie and terrifying.
Hello?
We knew that the visibility from the fan base was super high. Every department on this movie played such a crucial and important role.
They've had Jim Henson Studios create these puppets.
And all the animatronics had such a personality.
Chica, she looks happy, and then boom, she gets really scary.
Bonnie is the most aggressive. If there's a time when Freddy should be scary or intimidating, he stands tall, the movement is slow and ominous.
Sometimes it's the subtlety that really sells the character.
There's so much in the movie that speaks to the fan base.
This is a movie that's going to have a lot of jump scares.
The audiences are in for a ride.
You will be blown away.
It's the ultimate popcorn movie.
Released by Universal and Blumhouse, the film had a budget of $20 million, and as of this episode, it has made its money back with $132.7 million. In fact, it already made its budget back before it hit theaters or Peacock from just selling the streaming and distribution rights to Universal.
The animatronics in this film were not CGI as you probably would have expected. Instead, Jim Henson, Creature Shop, was responsible for creating them and also controlling them for the movie. In a case where they would be moving, a stunt person would be wearing a costume with a remotely controlled head on them.
The film's production dates all the way back to 2015, 1 year after the first game came out. It was originally going to be released by Warner Brothers with Gil Keenan as director. In 2017, it was moved to Universal and Home Alone's Chris Columbus as director. He eventually left the project where the new director was eventually found, Emma Tamman.
Despite the fact this is a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, this isn't the first movie about killer restaurant animatronics. In 2021, were a film called Willy's Wonderland starring Nicolas Cage that followed pretty close to the Five Nights at Freddy's series. And in 2019, there is a movie called The Banana Splits Movie, where instead of robot animatronics, they were the characters from a 60s show, The Banana Splits.
This won't be the last Five Nights at Freddy's movie. A second one is already in production, and star Matthew Lillard is signed on for 3 films.
According to the series creator, Scott Cawthon, multiple scripts were written. In fact, 9 of them were written before they landed on the current script. One of them was about a kid who lost a toy at the restaurant. Another was an adaptation of the FNAF novel that Scott wrote called The Silver Eyes. The one was about a pawn shop that took in the animatronics, one called The Plushies Take Manhattan, one that allegedly followed too close to the original game series lore, and another about ghost hunters going to the restaurant, falling down into an underground ball pit labyrinth and being hunted down by a marionette.
And with that, let's roll the commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then you get your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
Let me start by saying I am a fan of the games. They're fun little horror games with a strangely fascinating lore. Now, when I saw the trailer, like the one we just watched, I didn't think it'd be that great, but I thought it would be fun, and I was disappointed. What I'll say is the animatronics look fantastic. The set design of the pizzeria looks great too, and Matthew Lillard sells the story. However, the acting on almost every other person is really bad, especially the kids. When you think of Five Nights at Freddy's, one thing that might come to mind is the lore, the story of the animatronics, the story of the restaurant. It's barely touched on. Instead, the main story is about a child custody battle. It has nothing to do with the source material in the slightest. And even then, how cliche. The simple plot of the game is a security guard watching a restaurant at night and being on guard of the animatronics. Parts of that are in the movie, but it feels like an afterthought. The movie also looks really cheap. I know I said earlier the film had a budget of $20 million, but it looks so much lower than that. Like a student film. Oh, and another thing. This is barely a horror movie. Like, there was a trailer for a movie I saw before this one that looked more terrifying. That was also by Blumhouse. And besides, a couple scenes in this. This is just a PG movie, max. There's nothing scary in this horror movie. Sure, parts of this movie were fun, like the climax or really any of the action sequences at the restaurant. They're dumb, campy fun. As a horror movie, though, it is really bad. As a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, it's just disappointing. 1 out of 5 reels. Matthew Lillard is the best part, but he is not enough to save this. Personally, I'd recommend a couple of the analog horror series on YouTube that are based on the games, like the Walton Files or the VHS tapes, because they are more competently made and has more to do with the game series, unlike this weird botched commercial for the franchise.
I'm a fan of the Five Nights at Freddy's series since I was in middle school, and I can confidently say that this movie was kind of boring for me. Yes, it was nice seeing these characters that I grew up with on screen for the first time, but to be quite honest, if you're someone like me who has read the books and has played the games, the movie doesn't really do the series justice, because when you read the books, you realize how dark the story can be. The story deals with child abduction, child murder, and you know the kids are inside the suits at the end of the day, and they do bring this up in the movie, but when it doesn't really give off the same feeling of terror. I can kind of put the blame on the PG-13 rating in Blumhouse. I know how hard it might have been to make this dark kind of lore into a horror movie for kids, so everything can get into the series. So they did end up changing some small things about the story that honestly didn't really bother me that much, which obviously won't be a spoiler for anyone who wants to get into the series. When you watch the movie, Michael is supposed to be William Afton's son, not Vanessa. and he's one who ends up killing William near the start of the series. Vanessa isn't related to William in any sort of way. She's just another victim of his. I can say that the pizzeria looks the exact same as it does when in the first game, and the costumes look absolutely fantastic. I think they got all the casting right when it came to William, to Vanessa, to Michael. I think they hit spot on with William Afton, and everyone loves Matthew Lillard, seeing him as either Shaggy or Ghostface, and now they have him as William Afton / Springtrap. Kind of put a bow on everything for me. But overall, the movie did seem kind of dead to me. It didn't really feel like it was setting up anything. I didn't really like the plot at all. It just kind of showed off that the kids were dead and that they were inside the suits possessing the animatronics. Besides that, I spent the majority of the movie laughing with my friends who really didn't know the story that well besides me. And not to blame the studio, it's kind of hard to have this dark of a topic to work on and make it into, again, a kid's horror movie. And to be quite honest, I feel like the only death in the movie was the cupcake killed during the burglary. So for me personally, I'm going to go ahead and give this a 2 out of 5 reels. Which is personally hard for me to say because I love the series and it's a big piece of my childhood. And honestly, if it wasn't for Matthew Lillard, this movie wouldn't have gone a 1 out of 5 for me.
Well, I think we're out of time.
If you're on YouTube, be sure to subscribe so you never miss another episode again.
And if you're watching this on Facebook, make sure to follow us and you'll be notified when we go live next.
And until next time, this has been Reel to Reel.
Hello everyone! Welcome back to Reel, the movie review show produced entirely by the video production students here at Hennepin Technical College. I'm Jeff Nepple.
I'm Groot.
For last time, Jacob, no you're not. Today we'll be reviewing the Marvel Studios' Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
I am Groot.
No, you should have gone before we started. It's a high-flying romp of a space adventure that gets you right in the feels.
I am Groot.
Dude, language. Seriously. Why don't you folks watch the trailer while I try and get him under control?
I am Groot.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm Star-Lord. I formed the Guardians. Met a girl, fell in love. That girl died, but then she came back. Came back a total dick.
Oh, please. He left out some important information, but that is the gist of it.
My sacred mission is to create the perfect society.
He didn't want to make things perfect. He just hated things the way they are.
I want you all to know that I'm grateful to fight beside my friends.
Incinerate them.
We were always searching for a family until we found each other.
Are you ready for one last ride?
We'll all fly away together.
Into the forever and beautiful sky.
Directed by James Gunn, we are met with our same cast as the previous Guardians movies, starring Chris Pratt, Zoe Saldana, Vin Diesel, Dave Bautista, Palm Clementif, Karen Gillan, Sean Gunn, and Bradley Cooper, with some new additions which include Will Poulter and Chuck Woody Iwuji.
As the film opens, we get a glimpse of how the Guardians are dealing with the death and reappearance of their teammate Gamora. While this affects everyone on the team, it's especially hard on Peter, as she was the love of his life, and Rocket, as it brings up past memories.
As the Guardians wallow in sadness, a sudden attack from a golden man called Adam Warlock snaps them into action, but he manages to seriously injure Rocket before fleeing. The Guardians try to heal Rocket but are unsuccessful, discovering that there is a kill switch mechanism implanted around Rocket's heart, preventing any healing. This sets in motion an adventure where the Guardians go to find the lab where Rocket was created in order to save his life. Along the way, they join up with Gamora, who runs with Quill's old crew, the Ravengers.
With Gamora's help, they follow the threads to Rocket's creator, a mad scientist known as the High Evolutionary. But he's made aware of their snooping and sets a trap. With the help of some animal-like locals, the Guardians make their way onto the High Evolutionary ship.
Half the group goes to confront the High Evolutionary, while the other half tries to save Rocket on their own. As expected, the confrontation doesn't go so well, and as the Guardians try to flee back to their ship, the High Evolutionary's hideout blasts off into space. They barely manage to save Rocket's life, but half the team still remains stuck in the rapidly rising hideout.
High above the planet, with the help of Kraglin and Cosmodog, the Guardians launch an assault on High Evolutionary's ship, rescuing all the life forms that had been experimented on. As the battle comes to a head, Rocket finally confronts his past and takes down his cruel creator.
With that out of the way, let's take a look at a cool fight scene from the film.
Hey! Where did you go, Squirrel?
On the ground!
No, stop!
Released on May 5th, 2023, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 has grossed $845 million worldwide. In November of 2014, director James Gunn said he had the basic concept for the third and final film in the series, and in April of 2027, it was announced that he would write and direct it. However, in July of 2008, James Gunn was fired from the project due to the resurfacing of some old yet controversial posts on Twitter.
In response, Gunn apologized and took responsibility for the posts, explaining that early in his career he was trying to be outrageous and taboo, but has since grown as a person and has tried to root his work in love and compassion instead of animosity and anger. He said, quote, "I understand and accept the business decisions taken today. Even these many years later, I take full responsibility for the way I conducted myself then."
Gunn received an outpouring of support from celebrities and Hollywood personalities, with the entire Guardians cast issuing a joint statement asking for him to be reinstated. Marvel wouldn't budge, so rival studio Warner Brothers snatched him up to direct the DC Extended Universe film Suicide Squad. And for several months, Marvel worked to find a new director. However, inspired by both the cast's response and how Gunn handled the situation as a whole, Walt Disney Studios chairman Alan F. Horn asked Gunn in October 2018 if he would return. Gunn accepted, but having signed on the Suicide Squad literally the day before, asked if he could finish that project first. An agreement was reached, and the film was shot between November of 2021 and May of 2022.
Even though it received generally favorable reviews, Gunn stated that Volume 3 would be his last Guardians film. This may or may not have anything to do with the fact that he was hired by Warner Brothers to be the co-CEO of DC Studios. According to Wikipedia, in July of 2021, Karen Gillan expressed interest in continuing to play Nebula after this third film. And in April 2023, Zoe Saldana confirmed Volume 3 would be the last time she played Gamora, though she did hope that Marvel would recast the role with a younger actor, as she would very much like to see the character continue. And so, this era of Guardians of the Galaxy comes to a close. Just like this segment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back after this message from our sponsor.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then you get your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
This was a really well-made movie, and like all Guardians of the Galaxy movies, the cinematography and the story were amazing, and it was a breath of fresh air compared to the most of Marvel movies. This franchise is really unique in the way that every Guardians has received a positive review from both movie critics and audiences, which just shows that this is a saving grace for the Marvel Studios. This movie really hammers in your emotions with not only the possibility of Rocket dying, but then the possibility of Peter almost dying at the end as well. And the finale of the group breaking off, mixed with the heart-to-heart talks sprinkled throughout the movie, not to mention all the animal cruelty. It's just all an emotional catastrophe. In the end, most things are resolved, and you aren't left with too big of a hole in your heart. There's nothing in this film I dislike. If I had to say something, it would be at the end, where the film tries to prank you with Peter almost dying, which is kind of overkill. After we've been on the edge of our seats seeing if Rocket would make it out alive. It's just a weird decision to make. Overall, I would give this movie my first 5 out of 5 reels. I hope they keep making more stories off of this franchise and these characters in the more foreseeable future. But I think I've talked well enough. What do you think, Jeff?
Well, for starters, if you've not yet seen this film, I'm going to give out a trigger warning. If you have a hard time with animals in pain, there are some scenes in this film that might be hard to watch. That said, I think those scenes are done well, and the gruesomeness adds to the overall emotional impact of the film, which is certainly heavier than the previous entries. From the very first moments, we get a sad, somber feel, and while we do get some trademark Guardians goofball moments, most of the movie's emotional tone is set by exploring Rocket's painful past. While I like getting that aspect of the story through flashbacks, I wish it hadn't been at the expense of removing Rocket from the team for the first 2 acts. He's arguably the most popular character, so putting him in a coma 10 minutes into the film seems like a strange choice, and it completely changes the team dynamic. The first 2 acts are fine, with some fun jokes and scenarios, but it's the 3rd act that really takes off and elevates this movie out of mediocrity. Chukwudi Iwuji's performance as the High Evolutionary is fantastic throughout, certainly the best in the film, though Karen Gillan's Nebula comes a close second. The production design is tons of fun, as always, as is the soundtrack. If you don't know anything about the comics, Adam Warlock is a hilarious addition. But if you do know anything about the comics, you're most likely going to be disappointed that they turned him into a joke. I'm giving this movie a high 3 out of 5 reels. Overall, it's a good movie, but if you want madcap irreverence in your Guardians films, This one doesn't have very much, opting instead to tug at the heartstrings.
Well, it looks like our time is up. If you like this show, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and turn on all notifications to be informed when we go live again next week.
That also goes for our Facebook page. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I am Jeff.
And I am Groot.
We'll see you next time on Reel to Reel.
Hello everybody and welcome to Reel to Reel, the best movie review show in the world. My name is Gabe.
And I'm Jacob, and today we will start our throwback movie reviews with the iconic 2014 Whiplash.
Without further ado, let's drum roll into the trailer.
This place is nice.
I really like the music that they play. Bob Ellis on the drums. I'm part of Schaefer's Top Jazz Orchestra. It's the best music school in the country.
The key is to just relax. Don't worry about the numbers. Don't worry about what the other guys are thinking. You're here for a reason. Have fun. 5, 6, and.
I want to be great.
And you're not.
We got Buddy Rich here. Little trouble there. You're rushing. Here we go. 5, 6, and.
Were you rushing or were you dragging?
I don't know.
If you deliberately sabotage my band, I will gut you like a pig.
Oh, my dear God. Are you one of those single-tier people?
You are a worthless pansy ass who is now weeping and slobbering all over my drum set like a 9-year-old girl.
So how's it going with the studio band?
Good. Yeah, I think he likes me more now.
I push people beyond what's expected of them. I believe that is an absolute necessity.
I want to be one of the greats. And because I'm doing that, it's going to take up more of my time. And this is why I don't think that we should be together.
I would never let him put my son through hell. Why would you let him get away with what he did to you?
There are no two words in the English language more harmful than good job.
Directed and written by Damien Chazelle, the cast mainly consists of Miles Teller and J.K. Simmons, with several appearances of both Melissa Benoist and Paul Razier.
The story begins with the main character, Andrew Neiman, as he desperately wants to become a drummer like Buddy Rich. Throughout his life, he has played the drums, which led him to the best music school in America.
As Andrew attends school, he realizes he is lacking as his teacher consistently puts him as the page turner for the other drummer. Andrew then begins to practice and is noticed and invited by Terrence Fletcher, the best teacher of the elite studio band, to join his class.
As he joins his class, he sees Fletcher's brutal teaching methods. Fletcher's relentless pursuit for perfection pushes Andrew both mentally and physically as he tries to prove himself to him.
As he continues on, he faces numerous challenges and setbacks, which makes him exhausted. Fletcher's teaching methods border on abuse, but Andrew's determination to impress and achieve greatness pushes him forward.
During a competition, Andrew forgot his sticks at a nearby rest stop, and Fletcher demands he uses his own sticks and gives him 10 minutes to be back, or else. So Andrew quickly finds a car and speeds his way back to the rest stop.
This, unfortunately, leads to Andrew crashing and flipping the car, which leaves him injured, but doesn't stop Andrew as he runs to the stop. As Fletcher is about to start, Andrew barrels in and sits down to play, giving his best performance with his injuries.
Sadly, it's not enough, as Fletcher stops the performance to embarrass Andrew on stage, which leads to Andrew attacking Fletcher with pure rage. This opens up an investigation which eventually leads to Fletcher getting fired.
After a while, Andrew meets up with Fletcher in a jazz club and talk, which leads to them to create a new group in which it seems that both Andrew and Fletcher are happy again.
Well, after all that, let's tackle into this movie clip.
Am I late? Perfect timing. Come on in, Connolly. You two know each other, right?
Yeah, Nassau band. Hey, what's up, Andrew?
Now, Connolly, I've made Neiman a temporary core, but with this competition coming up, I just want to make very sure this chart is in the best shape it can be.
Yeah, this one right here, right?
I gave Connolly the chart this morning. All I want to do now is just give you both a crack at it, all right? So, Neiman, go ahead, jump on the kit, we'll take it from the top.
Okay.
I don't want you to worry about hits right now, just tempo, okay?
Okay.
All set? 1, 2. Not quite my tempo. Connolly?
Okay, yeah, I
Connolly?
can take it right
Go
back
ahead.
from the top. I can do it.
Nope, we'll go with Connolly now.
Hey, do you mind?
Okay, man, ready?
Hmm?
1, 2, 3. Perfect, Connolly.
Of $3.3 million and made that money back, bringing in a worldwide total of $49 million in the box office.
The film took 19 days to film, and it only took a total of 10 weeks to edit, finish the entire film, and submit it.
Miles Teller drummed everything he did in the movie and has been drumming since he was only 15. He also was in every single scene in the entire movie.
But to prepare for the movie, he took lessons 4 hours a day, 3 days a week to prepare.
J.K. Simmons' acting in this movie didn't go unnoticed, with him winning 47 awards for his role as Fletcher.
This film alone won so many awards for its editing style and sound mixing that it's surprising how they were able to produce it in only 10 weeks.
This movie is ranked all over the place on different websites. It's the 44th best movie on IMDb, the 93rd on Time Out, and 298th on Greatest Films. So it's just all over the place.
It's safe to say that this movie has aged well over the years, but we gotta keep these piss green lights on. We'll be back with the reviews after this quick commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
I honestly didn't expect to enjoy this at all, but it was a pretty good movie, and I liked the interactions with Miles and J.K. Simmons' characters, which is great since it's pretty much an entire movie. While this movie was a good movie, I find it confusing as to why this is rated 44 out of 100 on the IMDb's top 100 films, as this film is lacking in a lot of aspects. This film brings me to the parts I didn't like in the movie. First is the lighting, where the director just doesn't want any daylight and uses mainly the dark and weird piss green lights in pretty much the entire movie, which made me bored with the lack of environment. Also, how they show Andrew's life out of school and the band. It always seems like they wrote those parts last minute, like how Andrew went to the movies with his dad. It just doesn't make sense and seems unscripted, as they had unnerving pauses and many other discrepancies. Or how he went on a date with Nicole, which also doesn't make that much sense, and is just really awkward to look at. It feels like they added those scenes to just get a slightly higher runtime, because if they were to get rid of those scenes, it would be an hour and 26 minutes instead of an hour and 46 minutes. Again, this movie was good. It's just my problem lies with it being a 44 out of 100 in the top 100 movies, which doesn't deserve that rank. At most, I'd put it down to like a 90, at most 80. It's a good music class movie to show. Overall, I would give this movie a very high 3 out of 5 reels. It could have been a 4, but there's too much stuff I dislike to give it that score. What do you think, Gabe?
For me, this movie is a total change of pace compared to movies I usually watch. But overall, I enjoyed it. But it isn't really my style. As far as musical movies go, this is one of the better ones I've watched for sure. But I feel like it was kind of long, like what Jacob said. I get where they're trying to show Andrew more as a person than just a drummer, but those scenes weren't nearly as good as the rest of the movie. But like I said, I enjoyed the movie. My favorite parts were when Fletcher and Andrew let out their pure anger. I thought J.K. Simmons' acting was fantastic in this movie, in those scenes, and it just made me feel bad for Andrew when he was getting yelled at, harassed, sweared at so hard drumming it was making his hands bleed. But to sum it up, this movie is worth watching if you're into music and things of that nature. I'm going to give the 2014 musical Whiplash a solid 3 out of 5 reels. I would maybe watch it again, but I think I've seen enough drumming for a lifetime after this one.
As we wrap up this segment, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the notification bell to be notified when we go live again.
Also, make sure to follow us on Facebook, where we also go live every single Friday.
Once again, thank you for watching us on Reel to Reel.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Reel, the movie review show produced entirely by the video production students here at Hennepin Technical College. I'm Jeff Neppel.
And I'm Fernando Quinones. Continuing our dive into vintage films today, we'll be discussing Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Fun fact, the film was originally released as just Raiders of the Lost Ark until it was the year 2000 that Indiana Jones was added to the title.
So dust off your hat and leather jacket, grab your bullwhip, and get ready to head back to the 1930s for some two-fisted archaeological pulp adventure.
Roll the trailer.
For nearly 3,000 years, man has searched for the lost Ark of the Covenant.
The Bible speaks of the Ark leveling mountains and laying waste to entire regions. Not something to be taken lightly. No one knows its secrets.
Jones, do you realize what the Ark is? It's a transmitter. It's a radio for speaking to God.
An army which carries the Ark before it is invincible.
The Ark. If it is there, Atanis, then it is something that man was not meant to disturb.
It is protected by forces beyond imagination. It is desired above all treasures on earth by those who are good, trust me, and those who are evil.
I'll tell you everything.
Yes, I know you will.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Let her go. We have no time. If you still want the Ark, it is being loaded onto a truck for Cairo.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. A film from Steven Spielberg and George Lucas.
Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark is the first movie of 5 movies in the series. It starts off with Indiana Jones, an archaeology professor, in a Peruvian temple in search of a golden idol head. He's accompanied by local guides who know the area to help him enter the temple.
Once inside, he uses his cunning skills to avoid booby traps until he finally reaches his goal, only to be cut off and stopped by his rival, Dr. René Emile Belloc, a French archaeologist in search of the same thing he is. After a daring escape, Dr. Jones returns to his college and is approached by 2 men asking him to retrieve a lost artifact from the time of Moses, the Ark of the Covenant, which carries the broken pieces of the 10 Commandments.
The first step for Dr. Jones is to find the staff that will help him locate the Ark before the Nazis discover it. So the first stop is to make it to Nepal, where his old mentor lives with his daughter, Marion, who is also an old fling who isn't the happiest to see him.
After some convincing, she agrees to show him where she keeps it, but after a confrontation with some Nazis, Marion joins Indiana on his quest and travels with him to Egypt for the next stop on his adventure. But when they get there, the Nazis already have a dig site. Dr. Jones finds the Ark first, but the Nazis capture him and open it, unleashing chaos and killing the unworthy Germans. But enough of that. Let's dig up an old relic from the past and check out a behind-the-scenes clip.
Heavy.
Yeah.
Too heavy, yeah.
Let me just react to what we've heard.
John, you know, he'd actually written 2 Raiders themes. He had written, play that for me, which I freaked out over. I loved it so much. Then he said, and here's another possible Raiders score, Raiders main theme, and he played. And so he had 2 choices, and I think my only input was to say, can't you use both? And he did. He made the latter the bridge, and he made the former the main theme.
That's a perfect example of the kind of collaboration that we have done with these things. Interesting about that, da 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 dee, da da da, a very simple little sequence of notes, but I spend more time on those little bits of musical grammar to get them just right so that they seem inevitable, seem like they've always been there. They're so simple, and I don't know how many permutations I will go through with a 6-note motif like that, 1 note down, 1 note up, and spend a lot of time on these little simplicities, which are often the hardest things to capture, I think, for anybody.
Good morning. The first piece is 13-4, 14-1.
When I wrote the music for Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think I understood that that was to be the first in the series. And I didn't know where this love story was going to go, if anywhere, you know. But I thought that there was a real spark between the 2 of them, and a real sort of potential love story was there. But I thought the music were lyrical and emotional and warm, and the orchestra could sing this love theme, even if we didn't have love scenes, that it might be permissible to interject that kind of musical emotion in their relationship.
Inspired by the Saturday matinee adventure serials of his youth, George Lucas conceived of the story for Raiders of the Lost Ark in 1973, shortly after he finished making American Graffiti. Lucas didn't want to direct the film himself, so while vacationing with Steven Spielberg in 1977, he pitched Spielberg the idea, who was instantly on board.
Spielberg suggested the script be written by a young writer named Lawrence Kasdan, a name Star Wars fans should recognize, as he would later co-write The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, The Force Awakens, and Solo. The hero's original name was Indiana Smith, but Spielberg wanted it changed as he was afraid it would remind people of Steve McQueen's character, Nevada Smith, so it was changed to Jones.
Principal photography started in June of 1980. Filming took place on location in France, Tunisia, and Hawaii, and on sets at Elstree Studios in England. Elstree was chosen because many of the crew that worked on Star Wars were there and had experience with the type of grandiose sets and special effects that were planned, such as the Peruvian temple at the beginning of the film.
The infamous giant boulder in that scene was made out of fiberglass, plaster, and wood, weighing 300 pounds. It was controlled by a steel rod that was hidden in the wall of the set. Spielberg was so impressed with it, he requested the ramp be made longer so the boulder could have more screen time. Talk about a scene stealer.
And it wasn't just the sets that wowed audiences in 1981. The special effects were also impressive. For example, at the end of the film, when the Ark is opened, the melting face of the Gestapo agent was a stone skull covered in different colored layers of gelatin and melted with a propane heater, all of which was filmed with a slow shutter speed for that fast, supernatural look. Gruesome, yet effective.
The film was released in June of 1981 at the cost of $20 million, bringing in $384 million worldwide. It would go on to be the highest grossing film of that year, beating out Superman 2, On Golden Pond, and Stripes. With the advent of VCRs in the early 1980s, Raiders was released on VHS in 1983, and by 1985 had sold over 1 million copies, making it the best-selling VHS of all time.
But enough trivia. What do we think of the movie itself? We'll be right back after this quick break to let you know.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
Indiana Jones is a Class A badass. The first thing you see this man do is use his trusty whip to snatch a dude's pistol out of his hand. And who can even hate the classic idol swap? The set design is one remembered from the university to the tunes, and the Egypt location is absolutely beautiful. And there's so many funny moments with Harrison Ford, who just has that kind of swagger that makes you just want to be him. To be honest, I never really seen the movies besides this one, but I've already got it planned to watch the rest of them, because now I know they're just action-adventure movies for the 80s, which is, for me, the best ones. With the cheesy punches and corny line delivery, if you like the music from Star Wars, from its blasting melodies, you'll love it in this film. The flutes playing during all the exploration scenes just adds that touch that just makes you feel like you're part of the adventure. All the side characters are great in this movie, especially Marion. I'm really happy they finally made a solid woman side character useful to pull her weight, even from the start, and even more in Egypt, with the airstrip fight, which is my personal scene. I saw it for the first time at Hollywood Studios, and I can only say, the only thing I can really say is that I didn't really like the fact that in the beginning, Indy says that he studies the occult, but just doesn't believe in any of it. But it is what it is. So just from this movie, Indiana Jones has become my top favorite action hero, aside from Evil Dead's Ash Williams. So with this, I'll go ahead and give Raiders of the Lost Ark a crisp 5 out of 5 reels. It's a classic and it's a must watch.
What's not to like about Indiana Jones? Ignoring the 2 recent films, these movies have action, adventure, comedy, and Raiders is the one that started it all. It took the pulp adventure serial and elevated it for the, at the time, modern audience. And what's more, it still mostly holds up. The sets and locations are spectacular in both scale and execution, the stunts are exciting, John Williams' musical score is iconic, the hero is not just an adventurer, but also an academic, and more importantly, he's relatable. He's imperfect and fallible and gets the snot beat out of him, just like any of us would in his situation. While doing research for this episode, I learned that Tom Selleck was the first choice to play Dr. Jones, but he couldn't due to his commitment to the Magnum P.I. TV show. And while I think Selleck would have made a great Indiana Jones, this is the film that really solidified Harrison Ford as a bona fide movie star. And he's not the only one who gave great performances. John Rhys-Davies and Karen Allen both hit it out of the park. It's not a perfect film. I think it suffers from having too fast of a pace. The action is non-stop with very little downtime for the audience to catch its breath. And while I like that the character of Marion's a tough, hard-drinking woman of action instead of a dainty princess at Temple of Doom, as far as the plot goes, it's unfortunate that she's really just there as a love interest, though she was a badass in the airstrip fight. Overall, Raiders of the Lost Ark is still one of the greatest adventure movies of all time, and I'm giving it 4 out of 5 reels. There's a reason it's considered the father of the summer popcorn blockbuster, and it still delivers the excitement.
Well, it looks like that's all we have time for this adventure.
Follow us on our Facebook page and subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep up with our latest reviews.
And we'll see you next time on Reel to Reel.
Howdy, welcome back to another episode of Reel to Reel, the most trustworthy movie review program on the internet. I am your returning noted film critic, Nick.
And I'm your other returning noted film critic, Aiden.
Well, it's rewind time. We're going back to 1993 with the summer classic, The Sandlot.
In November.
Regardless, roll the trailer.
I know you're smart and I'm proud of you. I want you to make some friends this summer.
Meet Scotty Smalls.
Kale, get it! The kid is a L7 weenie. My lace is over.
Man, this is baseball. You gotta stop thinking. You just have fun.
Climb trees, hop fences, get into trouble.
Just stand there and stick your glove out in the air. I'll take care of it.
Now he's in.
Yeah! All right!
With the coolest guys in the neighborhood. They've got the look.
Wendy Peppercorn. Wow. Hey, girls.
They've got the moves. They've got the rap.
Blockhead, geek, jerk, idiot, moron. You bob for apples in the toilet, and you like it. You play ball like a girl.
But something else has got their ball.
That wasn't my ball!
Dad's father gave it to him. Babe Ruth signed that ball.
Babe Ruth! We gotta get that ball back.
Got any bright ideas?
Initiate retrieval section number 1. Power connect. Come on, homie, it's heavy. Now. Fire! Big doggy.
20th Century Fox presents...
Hey guys, it's the Sandlot baby.
You're the ones that making all that racket.
A lifetime of adventure. The Sandlot, a little piece of paradise, a half a block wide and a whole season long.
Scotty, have you made any friends yet?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mom.
Directed by David Mickey Evans in his only big film of his career, and starring Tom Geary, Mike Vitar, Karen Allen, Dennis Leary, and James Earl Jones.
Set in 1962, Scott Smalls and his family moves into the San Fernando Valley neighborhood, and his mother encourages him to go out and make some friends. He joins a group of boys who play baseball: Benny, Ham, Squints, Yeah, the Heater, Beecham, Timmy, and Repeat.
He knows nothing about baseball, which the kids tease him for, so his stepdad tries to teach him how to play catch, which results in Smalls getting a black eye.
After some resistance from the boys, he learns how to play, and also the story of a supposed killer dog that lives next door of the Sandlot, known as the Beast.
One day, Smalls decides to use his stepdad's baseball that had been signed by baseball legend Babe Ruth. However, the ball ends up going over the fence into the dog's compound.
Smalls gets grounded and gets visited by the ghost of Babe Ruth, Christmas Carol style, where he learns to believe in the power of baseball by getting the ball back from the dog. And that's what the kids end up doing. It's a classic coming-of-age story.
It's a simple movie, and with that, let's check out a clip from the movie.
Too much
Smiling.
for Michael Squints Polidorus.
I can't take this no more. Move!
And he did the most desperate thing.
Somebody help me!
Okay, I got him. Come on up, Wendy. Everybody move back. Move back.
Pull through. You're
Gotta roll him over.
Never mind. Squints. Come on, Squints. Come on, Squints. Come on, Squints. Squints. Come on, Squints. Come on. Wake up. Breathe. Come on, Squints. You can do it. Pull through, bud.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, he looks pretty crappy. Squints! Come on, man! Oh, God, he looks like a dead fish. What?
This magic moment.
Little pervert! Oh, man, he's in deep shit.
Until I kiss you, and then it happened. It took me by surprise. I knew that you felt it too. By the look in your eyes, sweeter than wine, softer than the summer night.
The film had a $7 million budget and grossed $4 million on its opening week. Present day, with CD and VHS sales, the gross amount is now around $76 million.
The Sandlot has two sequels, The Sandlot 2 and The Sandlot Heading Home. They announced a TV series in 2019, and in 2023, they had to cancel the series with the original cast due to the actors' strike.
Fun fact, for the carnival scene, they actually made the chewing tobacco out of licorice and bacon bits. The actors later said that with the fake tobacco combined with the carnival rides with all the takes they did, made them as sick as their fictional counterparts.
When the young cast weren't acting, they were getting into the kind of shenanigans that their Sandlot alter ego surely would have been proud of. For example, one night they snuck in the theater to see the movie Basic Instinct.
The Sandlot was at the center of a lawsuit. Michael Polidorus sued 20th Century Fox, claiming that his former classmate, David Mickey Evans, had based the character of Squints on him, and that it caused him embarrassment and humiliation. The judge decided that there wasn't enough similarity to rule in favor of Michael.
The giant oak tree that held the treehouse was actually salvaged from someone's yard that was close to the production office. Salt Lake City's utility companies took down power and telephone lines on certain streets so the tree could be hauled safely to the empty lot where filming was taking place.
And during the 43 days of shooting, the weather wasn't so nice. It was a mixture of being super hot around the 110s and being pretty cold, especially during the pool scene where you can actually see Squint's teeth chatter.
You're killing me, Smalls, with all these facts. Those lights don't keep themselves on. Roll the commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
The last time I saw this movie was in 8th grade when our English class did a film studies type of thing with this film and Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove. Upon my recent rewatch, this film's a classic. Now I can say it's perfect, but I really enjoyed it. For the most part, I like the chemistry of the kids, it tells an interesting story, and the whole story of the dog really feels like what the movie is going for. An impactful summer where you're friends during your childhood. In terms of coming of age stories, I can say it's on par with like The Graduate, Stand By Me, or The Outsiders, but it's still pretty high up. But come on, it wouldn't be one of my reviews if I didn't have something to complain about, so here we go. There's some minor scenes where the kids' acting come across as unintentionally annoying. Secondly, the amount of interest I have in baseball is non-existent. So when the movie gets into stuff like who Babe Ruth was, it's a little hard for me to care. But one of the main scenes I always hated was the scene we just watched where the kid pretends to drown and the lifeguard tries to save him. Even when I was in school, it made me uncomfortable, and it's just my least favorite scene in the movie. Overall, I do still really like this movie, even if I don't get baseball. It has memorable characters and a pretty enjoyable story. It's a crowd pleaser. It feels like watching an episode of The Wonder Years. The story of the dog is absolutely my favorite part of the movie. I'll be generous and give this movie a 4 out of 5 reels. If you're going by a traditional out of 10, it'd probably be like a 7. It's a classic that everyone should see at least once in their lives. And thankfully, there were no direct-to-video sequels ever made. So what did you think of it?
This movie has been one of my all-time favorite movies as a kid, and even to this day, it is still one of my favorites. Rewatching this movie reminded me of what I used to do with my childhood friends, playing baseball, and after practice getting into some trespassing shenanigans. You know, what kids are supposed to do at that age. I really liked the narration from the adult Scotty. I think it really fits this movie and helped its story go farther and more noticed. This movie is a perfect example of what it means to do a simple story right. There was a simple plot and concept which allowed the kids to have each of their funny and quirky personalities shine. To me, that's way more important than flashy action scenes or crazy VFX. I was actually more sucked into this movie than some of the recent movies that came out this year. Surprisingly, this movie has some good shot composition. I never really paid much attention to it than just now when I rewatched it. The slight camera movements that follow the character's actions, like when Scotty would sit in a chair or a close-up of one of the kids' faces, it really helps you get sucked into the scene. Even as a kid, I always laughed at the sound effects for Hercules. To me, it's just ridiculous that the Beast sounded like a dinosaur mixed with a dog. However, it really does match with what a kid would be thinking and exaggerating when they are that age. Scotty is probably my favorite character because of his awkwardness and quirkiness. I just love his interactions with the characters, especially with Ham. The carnival scene is by far one of my favorites due to the whole chewing tobacco disaster that ensues. It always makes me chuckle when I see them pop some chew in their mouth and then think it's a great idea to go on a carnival ride. There isn't much that I dislike about the movie. The only thing I would say is that some of the transitions and editing were very corny and outdated. It is a 90s movie, but still, it wasn't my taste for transitions. This movie is a fantastic coming-to-age sports movie and an all-time favorite of mine, so I'm obviously going to give this a 5 out of 5 reels. The pros of this movie heavily outweigh the cons.
Well, on that note, we are approaching the end of our show.
Don't forget to tune in to our next show at noon. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive updates of new uploads.
If you're watching this on our Facebook page, make sure you follow us and you'll be notified the next time we go live.
Again, my name is Forever Aiden, and along with my friend here, Forever Nick, we hope to see you next time on
Reel to Reel.
Hello and welcome to Reel to... Is it dark in here? Lumos. Ah, there we go. Much better. Oh, hi Jacob.
Hi, Patrick.
Oh, sorry. It was way too dark in here.
Okay, not wrong, but still, that spell is bright.
I said sorry. Here, let's do it over again. Hello and welcome to Reel to Reel.
Let me do this time.
Okay.
You almost blinded me the last time.
Okay, fine.
Hello, and welcome to Reel to Reel, the movie review program put on entirely from the video production students at Hennepin Technical College.
Today, we're reviewing the Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire movie.
Wait, Harry Potter?
Ah! Oh, wait. I'm not dead. Patrick Erickson, the boy who also lived. Wait a minute. Okay, before Jacob gets sent to Azkaban, let's watch the trailer.
I'd like to make an announcement. Hogwarts Castle will not only be your home this year, but home to some very special guests as well. Please welcome our friends from the north, the proud sons of Durmstrang. And now, the lovely ladies of Beauxbatons.
I was just wondering if maybe you wanted to go to the ball with me.
Mr. Weasley, place your right hand on my waist.
Where?
Is that Hermione Granger with Victor Crumb?
You're fraternizing with the enemy.
The enemy?
Hogwarts has been chosen to host a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament. And now the champion selection. Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, Cedric Diggory, Harry Potter!
How did you do it? I didn't put my name in that cup. I don't want eternal glory. It's Mad-Eye Moody.
Avada Kedavra. The killing curse. Only one person is known to have survived it, and he's sitting in this room.
People die in this tournament. The devils are inside the walls. Something's coming closer. I can feel it. The Dark Lord shall rise again. Is it Voldemort?
Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is directed by Mike Newell and starred David Radcliffe as Harry Potter, Emma Watson as Hermione Granger, Rupert Grint as Ron Weasley, and Ralph Fiennes as Lord Voldemort.
The movie takes place in Great Britain in a magical castle called Hogwarts. This is the fourth part of the story, with the first three movies being a bunch of stories about Harry Potter and his friends, while Lord Voldemort tries to come back to his physical form to kill Harry Potter once and for all.
So now let's talk about the Goblet of Fire. As we said before, this is the 4th movie in the 8-part series. Yes, there's 7 books, but we don't talk about that.
Weird, dark things have been happening. Harry is having visions of Voldemort and his old supporters called the Death Eaters.
The school year starts, and the school headmaster, Dumbledore, states that this year at Hogwarts, they'll be hosting a legendary tournament where 3 students from 3 wizarding schools compete for glory and, of course, money.
There are supposed to be 3 wizard students competing, but somehow Harry's name got in the mix and was chosen to compete as the 4th champion.
With the help of his friends and a little bit of plot armor, Harry did quite well in the difficult challenges and ended up grabbing the Triwizard Cup, which was the trophy for the winner.
Happy end of the story, right? No. The cup teleported Harry to a graveyard that he had been seeing in his visions, where he got trapped and forced to watch as Voldemort supporters did a ritual to bring back the Dark Lord back into his original body.
Harry narrowly escaped and got back to the school, where he found that one of his professors at Hogwarts put his name into the goblet and rigging it so that Harry would be chosen as the fourth competitor and get teleported into the graveyard.
The professor fled, and that is how this movie ended. But now Voldemort is back. This sets up the story for the rest of the series.
That was a lot. It's a very deep and interesting story. But you know what else is? Revealing the behind-the-scenes facts of the movie. Revelio.
Morning, Stan. How are you? I missed you.
The first thing in the morning, we arrive at the studios where usually the ADs are waiting for us to arrive, and then we go to breakfast.
I'm stealing some orange juice.
So, Emma, what do you think of his scars? Does it look manly?
Very manly.
Yeah.
Very manly. Rugged and dirty, and it's good. So that's very difficult what we're doing today.
Yeah.
Walking.
So this is what you guys do, in your downtime? Card tricks?
We do everything, really.
Everything and anything to keep ourselves amused.
We got involved into magic tricks with cards. So, everyone started, learning how to do magic tricks, and we were showing to each other, which was a great laugh. And there are the 4 kings. Magic.
This film had a budget of $150 million and made a profit of over $896 million, which is amazing, considering that this is the 4th movie and it's still made that much.
Surprisingly, this was the first installment in the franchise where the movie did not open up with a scene involving Harry Potter.
Also, did you know that the dress for Emma Watson took so many attempts to create that the director had to tell the designers off for constantly making dresses?
They probably should have spent more time on it, though, since Emma Watson ended up tripping when walking downstairs, which, surprisingly, didn't leave any injuries.
The underwater scenes for this movie were long but not difficult, according to Radcliffe, as they had regulators to allow them to breathe underwater.
I heard, too, that Radcliffe alone had a total of over 41 hours underwater. But at one point, Radcliffe had accidentally made a signal that he was drowning, which sent the crew into a panic, which stopped production for the entire day.
Sadly, between Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, the actor for Dumbledore changed to a new one, and who refused to read any of the books in order to give his own feel to how Dumbledore should be. This made him very different from how he was in the first 3 movies and in the books.
Well, it looks like it's about that time we get on to our review, but before that, let's warp on to the commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
Harry Potter is a big franchise, with it having a total of 8 movies and all of them being 2 hours or more. So what do I think about the 4th movie? To be honest, there's nothing I really dislike about this movie. I like the pacing in this movie, and most scenes they use progress the story. I will say that one problem with the Harry Potter franchise is that, for me, they don't show much magic spells. Sure, they show lots of magical creatures and items, but with spells, not so much. And this movie is not much different. But with the parts that make up for this is the fantasy creatures and the Triwizard Tournament aspect. This movie makes an impact as it reveals Voldemort's true form and not some face on the back of someone's head, which gives a ramp up to future movies as now there is a serious threat constantly looming over when Voldemort plans to strike. This movie is really good, and overall one of my top Harry Potter movies on my list. But with that being said, I'm giving it a 4 out of 5, mainly because I desire a bit more magic in a magic movie, but it does do well even without it. What's your review, Patrick?
Well, if you can't tell from this episode, I absolutely love the Harry Potter series. I've both read the books and watched the movies several times over, and I've loved them every single time. Really, my only gripe about this movie is the cheesy camera work and acting. The parts where they were trying to make it be dramatic just turned out being funny. The special effects were on point, the story is fantastic, maybe hard to follow at times, but still really good. I absolutely love the scene in the graveyard where Voldemort comes back. It's by far the best scene in the movie. From the lighting, to the music, to the acting, it was just perfect. This is a story I wish I could experience for the first time again. Goblet of Fire is also the first movie that a character closer to Harry actually dies. Harry and the other Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory, both grabbed the cup at the same time and both got teleported to the graveyard, where Cedric was very quickly killed. That really made Voldemort's evil show. He was willing to straight up kill one of the students without even giving him a chance. You can't get much more evil than that. I would highly recommend this series to anyone. There are so many cool stories and good life lessons thrown in there. But now, what do I rate this movie? I hate to say it, but I'm giving The Goblet of Fire a 4 out of 5 reels. There's just too many little things with bad acting, bad timing, bad camera work that I didn't feel right giving it a 5. If we were reviewing the entire series, however, it would be a 5. And I'd be trying to make a new graphic to be 8 out of 5 reels. But for this movie alone, I give it a 4. With these games coming to an end, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube and hit that bell to be notified of all future streams.
Also, give us a good old follow on Facebook while you're at it to view our streams as well.
This has been Reel to Reel. Knox.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this very special episode of Real to Real. I'm everyone's favorite blonde babe, Gabe.
And I'm also everyone's favorite blonde babe, Aiden. To start this cold December, what better movie to do that than the classic 2003 Elf?
This is indeed a classic. Does Elf, the movie, still stand strong 20 years later, or is it just another Will Ferrell movie?
To keep the Christmas spirit high, we must sing, "You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch."
It's the wrong movie. Stop. Without any more jawing around, let's roll the trailer.
Hi.
Your costume is pretty.
Oh, it's not a costume. I'm an elf.
Oh.
Well, technically I'm a human, but I was raised by elves.
New Line Cinema presents the story of one elf who's coming home for Christmas.
Boy. Can't wait to see my dad. We're gonna go ice skating and eat sugar plums. Sorry.
Now,
I think someone sent you a Christmasgram.
Dad!
We should call security.
Good idea.
I like to whisper too.
Buddy's experiencing a world he never knew existed.
Buddy's your son. What am I gonna do? He's certifiably insane.
Discovering what it takes to fit in. And going where no elf has gone before.
What he needs is to be nurtured. Bring him home. Introduce him to Emily and Michael.
How long do you think you'll be with us?
I was thinking, like, forever.
He cannot stay here.
We can't just throw him out in the snow.
He loves the snow. He's told me 15 times.
Ow! Son of a nutcracker! We can take him.
Where did you say you were from?
This holiday season,
I think you're beautiful, and my tongue swells up when I am around you.
get ready
I planned out our whole day. I thought maybe we could make gingerbread houses and maybe even hold hands.
for a tall tale
How are we gonna get the star on top?
of elfish proportions.
I got it.
Will Ferrell,
Okay, people, Santa's coming to town.
Oh my God! I know him. I know him.
Elf,
Do you remember me?
Dude, I didn't recognize
I
you.
know. I'm in work clothes. I didn't know you had elves here.
You're hilarious, my friend.
Did you have to borrow a reindeer to get down here?
Hey,
You feeling strong, my friend? Call me Elf one more time.
He's an angry elf. Look at you! Ow! Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color? Put that down.
Elf is a Christmas film made all the way back in 2003 and was directed by Jon Favreau.
Elf stars Will Ferrell, James Caan, Zoe Deschanel, Mary Steenburgen, Edward Asner, and Bob Newhart. A pretty stacked cast for a Christmas movie.
The story starts out as Buddy, a human raised by Santa's elves, learns about his past and origins and goes to New York City to meet his biological father.
When he's there, he gets in a little bit of trouble. It was hard enough for him to adapt to the ways of New York City, but he finds himself in the presence of a fake Santa and gets a little upset.
Because of that, Buddy ends up fighting the fake Santa and gets arrested only to be bailed out by his father.
When Buddy and his father get home, this is where you see the iconic spaghetti and maple syrup scene.
His father doesn't really like Buddy at first, eventually leading to Buddy running away from home.
Earlier in the movie, Buddy met a girl at a Christmas store named Jovi and had the courage to ask her out, and she said yes.
With the Christmas spirit being down, Santa ends up crashing into New York City, and Buddy rushes over to help him.
Jovi starts to sing Santa Claus is coming to town, and everybody starts singing along.
This raises the Christmas spirit and saves Santa Claus and Christmas.
The story of Elf is very simple but effective. With all that being said, let's watch Buddy go to the doctor. Roll the clip.
Buddy, don't eat those.
Oh.
Gotta really hurry up, Walter, because I'm double booked the rest of the afternoon.
You're my sick.
Yeah, but that's not what we're here. We're here to do a test. Come on.
What kind of test?
Just a test to find out if you're my son or not.
Why am I sitting on paper?
Because it's sanitary for the other patients. Now sit still so I can do the finger prick.
Finger prick. Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, just please sit still, please.
Okay, can I listen to your necklace?
No, you can't. Can you just sit still?
Why is there a skeleton
I
on the
don't
wall?
know what. Walter,
If I
could you
squint, it looks like
please?
a pirate
Could you
flag.
please have him sit
Does he
still
have a
so I
name?
can do
No,
this?
he has got a name. I'm
I have
sorry,
a lot
Ben.
of
I'm
patients
sorry. Would you
waiting.
please sit still, please?
He got mad at me.
Yes, he did. He did. The sooner you sit still, the sooner we can get this mess over with.
Okay, then can we eat sugar plums?
You betcha. We'll eat sugar plums and gingerbread houses, and we'll even paint eggs.
Well, paint eggs, that's easier. My finger has a heartbeat.
The 2003 Elf movie had an estimated budget of $33 million and made about $32 million on opening weekend. In 2023, the recorded gross amount worldwide is about $227 million.
Production fact for you. They used forced perspective to make Will Ferrell look like a giant.
Following that, Jim Carrey was initially eyed to play Buddy for Elf, but Will Ferrell was eventually casted instead.
Several minor traffic accidents occurred when Will Ferrell walked through the Lincoln Tunnel in his costume. Apparently, it was because people were surprised and they were distracted from the road.
This movie took advantage of shooting in Canada for financial benefits, but they tried to shoot in New York whenever possible. This includes Manhattan, Rockefeller Center, Central Park, and Central Park West.
Buddy's excessive sugar intake caused Will Ferrell to actually become very sick and even caused him insomnia for a couple of days.
From November 2010 to January 2011, Elf the Musical ran on Broadway. This was a huge success, taking in more than $1.4 million in 1 week.
To celebrate the movie's 20th anniversary, Elf made appearances in select theaters across the U.S. The Empire State Building even glowed green and yellow lights as well.
In an early version of Elf, Buddy was actually scripted to be bullied by the elves, but for being too different.
The director actually pushed them to take that element out because he wanted the North Pole characters to be warm when Buddy bugs them.
Well, I think that's enough ridiculous facts. We have to make sure we can pay the elves for their handiwork. We will be back after the commercial.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
To start off, this one is one of my favorite Christmas movies ever made. I don't really like Christmas movies anyway, but this is such a classic and a childhood staple for me. Will Ferrell's acting performance, I get some people don't like, but as a child, I didn't care about who or how somebody was acting. I watched it because it was on the TV. And Buddy was just always a great character to me. The amount of iconic scenes this movie has living rent-free in my head when Christmas comes around is no joke. Especially the scene at the Christmas store. If you know, you know. The plot of the movie, I feel, is simple, but kind of confusing at times. When I was a child, I just thought Buddy was dressed up as an elf for fun. But now watching it again, he's actually an elf, kinda. But from my childhood to now, the singing scenes hold a special place in my heart and will forever be on my TV during the Christmas time. I'm going to give Elf a 5 out of 5. Maybe the movie itself should be a little lower based on the plot, camera work, and other things of that nature. But Little Gabe doesn't care about all that. Little Gabe just cares about what was on the TV. So for that, I'm giving this movie a 5 out of 5, respectively. Aiden, what did you think about the movie?
Well, Little Gabe, I thought he was just wrong. Just so wrong. So wrong, in fact. I didn't really like this movie. I disliked it. I find this movie gross and creepy. I just don't find any of the actors in this movie funny. The dialogue feels forced and unoriginal, especially the scene where Will Ferrell eats the big disgusting dessert breakfast concoction or whatever the heck that is, with syrup and spaghetti and all that stuff. I just don't understand the appeal of this scene at all. And I hardly find it amusing. Let's talk about the overall plot of the movie. Buddy grows up in North Pole with Santa and believes that he's an elf. But eventually he grew bigger and bigger, and he didn't understand why he didn't fit in. Maybe this because a brick was dropped on his head or something. And he thinks that a 6 foot 3 inch tall man can be an elf. He travels to New York City to find his biological father, and boy, was James Caan not excited to play his role as Buddy's father. I mean, I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to be a part of this atrocious film either. Anyways, the movie drags on with more gags and jokes that just weren't good, and then we get to the point where, oh my gosh, Buddy needs his dad's help to save Santa and Christmas. This movie was just so unoriginal that I'm going to have to give my all-time least favorite Christmas movie a 1 out of 5 reels. I really can't stand Will Ferrell's performance in this movie, and the only thing enjoyable was the production quality. And with that, Gabe, tell me, is this really your favorite Christmas movie? I need to know. I need to know.
No, I'll just leave it at that. I haven't really watched many Christmas movies, but Elf is one of my favorites because it was always on the TV, and I always watched it. So, what's your favorite Christmas movie?
My favorite's got to be the old classics, man. Like the old Rudolph, the claymation one, or like Frosty the Snowman. Like that's what I grew up with. Elf, ever as a kid, I just did not like Elf. It really just was not at all just good. I don't know. The scenes were just so bad to me. Like they were just creepy and gross, and I just don't know. So,
I think we'll agree to disagree on that one. But, well, on that note, we are reaching the end of our show.
Don't forget to tune in to our next show at noon, and if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive updates of new uploads.
If you're watching this on our Facebook page, make sure to follow us and you'll be notified the next time we go live.
Again, my name is Zayden, and along with my elf friend here, Gabe, we hope to see you next time on
Real
Santa's Nice List.
Cut the
Hello and welcome back to Reel to Reel, the most trusted review show on the internet. I am noted critic Nick.
And I am noted critic Alvin.
Well, we're rewinding all the way back to January of this year, and we're taking a look at one of the most critically acclaimed shows of the 2020s, The Last of Us.
Roll the trailer.
If you don't think there's hope for the world, why bother going on?
You haven't seen the world, so you don't know. You keep going for family.
I'm not family.
No. You're cargo.
Why are you so important? Somewhere out west, they're working on a cure. I think what really impressed them was the fact that I didn't turn into a monster.
If she so much as twitches, don't.
Okay.
I'm taking you with me. Do what I say when I say it. You got any advice on the best way west? Yeah, go east.
If you come this far, then you know what's out there.
You're not gonna scare us.
Scared him?
place than any of us could have ever imagined.
Be careful who you put your faith in.
It might not be her father, but your son's.
You trust me?
The Last of Us is an American post-apocalyptic drama television series which was created by Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann for HBO. It was based on the video game created by Naughty Dog in 2013.
The series set is 20 years into a pandemic caused by a mass fungal infection which caused the host to transform into a zombie-like creature and collapse society.
The series follows Joel, played by Pedro Pascal, a smuggler tasked with escorting immune teenager Ellie, who was played by Bella Ramsey, across apocalyptic United States. It's featured other casts like Gabriel Luna, Anna Troff, Nicole Baker, Storm Ride, and many more.
With all that being said, let's go to a behind-the-scenes clip of the series.
We're casting these iconic characters. These characters are iconic in a cinematic way already. So now it's like we need to find someone that can elevate it or make it their own in a really interesting way so it doesn't feel like they're just duplicating this other medium.
I learned very quickly the massive fan base that I was stepping into. I called my sister to tell her about the possibility of the job, and she was in the car with my nephews. I didn't even get the S and T out from the word last when I said it. There's this job, it's based on a video game, it's called and they were like, The Last of Us? And I was like, okay, I definitely have to do this.
I was actually advised not to play the game so that I wouldn't try and like copy Ashley Johnson's version of Ellie, which is like incredible, but I just watched some of the gameplay though, secretly on my own.
When I met Bella for the first time, I was so excited because obviously I'd seen her in Game of Thrones. And seeing her in person, and even just seeing her on set and doing scenes, like she has the essence of Ellie already in her.
7, 8, you.
What's incredible about what they've done with these scripts was to be able to explore and nourish things that I think are very much a part of the experience of the game. One of those things is the internal life of these characters and to really get into the flesh of what's happening inside of them.
You want to know what the biggest surprise of adapting The Last of Us is? It's that Neil Druckmann, the genius who made the game in the first place, who created the story, these characters, the whole world, he was so generous and flexible and smart about how to represent The Last of Us in a different format to a whole new audience.
Tidak bisa bertahan pada manusia.
The scientific vision that the show presents to people is based absolutely in reality. That fungus is real. It does those things to insects, and if it were to be able to infect humans, it would go like that. It's terrifying. We want people to feel the reality of the science here.
Cordyceps, it's a fungus. And what that fungus does is it attaches to the brainstem of an ant, takes motor control of the ant's body.
Production for the show started all the way back in 2014, 1 year after the original game's release. It was originally going to be a movie written by the game's creator, Neil Druckmann, produced by Evil Dead and Spider-Man's Sam Raimi, starring Josh Brolin as Joel and Macy Williams as Ellie, and distributed via Sony's Screen Gems division. In 2016, however, the film would end up in development hell. It wouldn't be until 2020 where production would be restarted and turned into the HBO series we see today.
An exact figure isn't fully confirmed. However, from the sources we could find, the show budget is estimated to be $10 to $15 million according to HBO. Each episode averaged about 32 million viewers from HBO and HBO Max.
The show was shot over 200 days in Alberta, Canada, July 2021 to June 2022. They shot in High River and Fort Macleod to replicate Austin, Texas. They shot in Canmore, Alberta to replicate the look of Jackson, Wyoming. Calgary was used to replicate Kansas City, Missouri. and they filmed at the Northland Village Mall in Calgary for the Left Behind episode.
The series brought back the composer of the original two games, Gustavo Santaolalla, and the newcomer David Fleming, where they would create 66-track score. Besides the score, the series also refused music from the original series. For example, I Got You Babe by Etta James in the Left Behind episode has Take On Me, which was infamously used The Last of Us Part 2, as well as other songs like Long Long Time by Linda Ronstadt, which received a surge in popularity after the episode was used and aired. In a similar way to how Kate Bush's Running Up the Hill was surging from being used in Stranger Things.
Well, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in exactly 60 seconds.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
I've never played the games. I was familiar with the original game, but that was it. That being said, I loved the show. This was one of the first shows I really got into as it was airing live. I would watch it every week, and then me and my high school friend would talk about the show. I love the story. I love the chemistry of Joel and Ellie. Pedro Pascal's performance is fantastic. Bella Ramsey's performance really had to grow on me before I liked her character, but eventually it felt good. It's got great action sequences. It's got great dramatic sequences. I'm going to go through each episode kind of quickly since there's 9 of them. There's a lot to say about them, so brace in. When You're Alone in the Darkness is a great pilot. Really builds the whole story, does a great job at introducing the characters and motivations, and the world that they live in. Infected is a great continuation with some interesting backstory regarding how the virus came along in Indonesia. Long, long time, the most controversial episode, I guess. It's good, however, in terms of the Last of Us show, it doesn't have much to do with the actual story of what the series is going for. Like I said, it's a good, touching story, but I don't think it necessarily belongs. Please Hold My Hand is a great story, continues to build the story up. Endure and Survive, probably the saddest episode in this already melancholy series, but again, tells a great story and gives great performances. Kin, the first episode that I think is a little rushed. Joel's main goal throughout the series is trying to reach his brother in Wyoming, and they really don't spend a lot of time there at the ranch. Left Behind, based on the DLC of the original game. I really love Ellie and Riley's story, but the way they insert it into the show is really bad in my opinion. I'm not going to spoil anything, but if you've seen it, you know why. When We Are in Need, solid episode, probably the only episode that feels like filler, even though it's in the original game. And the finale, Look for the Light. In my opinion, it's extremely disappointing. Very rushed. Out of the 9 episodes, it is the shortest, clocking in at 45 minutes, and you can really feel how short it is. Overall, this feels bigger than any HBO show. So much care and attention went into the show, and even though there are some dips in it, it surprisingly never lost me. That is why I am giving this my first, and I guess only, 5 out of 5 reels. Although if we were going by the traditional out of 10, it'd probably be either a high 8 or a low 9. I'm really excited for the next season, and I'm extremely curious to see how they translate one of the densest games it made in the last 5 years.
For someone like me who had never heard about the show till I was going to be reviewing it, I would like to tell you that this show was amazing, straight up amazing. I have never played the game, obviously, but I could kind of get a feel of how the game would have been like. I really liked how the show committed to character development and emotional depth. Pedro as Joel and Bella Ramsey gave outstanding performances as Joel and Ellie, respectively, and the script does a masterful job exploring the complex bonding that forms between them as they navigate dangers of a fallen society. the series manages to expand on the game, which is why I said, even though I didn't play the game, I already had a feeling of what the game would be like, because the series helped in the game's already rich world building, delving deeper into the politics and power struggles of the remaining human settlements. The direction, storyline, and production design are also top-notch, with the series effectively capturing the gritty, desperate feel of a world brink of collapse. I must also applaud the cinematography, and score also deserved special mention to adding atmosphere of the show and amplifying the emotional impact and awareness of some key scenes. The special effects used in the series were also outstanding, which added the cinematic feel of the show. Overall, The Last of Us is a very recommendable series to watch for fans of games. The series manages to stay true to source material also while standing on its own masterpiece storytelling. It's a thrilling and ultimately hopeful tale of survival, humanity, absolutely wonderful and magisterial, I must say. I'm impressed. The Last of Us will be getting a 5 out of 5 reels from me. I initially wanted to give it a 4, but it's a good day and a great series, so it's a 5 out of 5 for me.
Well, all right, Alvin, I think we have come to the end of this surprisingly positive episode.
Oh, yes. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on Facebook. Catch up with us when we live. I remain your one and truly African son, Alvin.
And I remain your super critic, Nick, and we'll see you next time on
Real to Real.
Everyone, and welcome to Real, the movie review show produced entirely by the video production students here at Hennepin Technical College. I'm Jeff Nepple.
And I am Alvin Isawa. I'm excited for today's show. I've been waiting for months, literally months, to review today's piece, Messi Meets America, about an international superstar and the greatest footballer of all time, world, Lionel Messi, Inter Miami MLS club.
For those of you not familiar about what we're talking about real football, not American football. It's a pretty big deal, so check out this trailer to get a taste of what we're going to talk about.
Roll it.
Lionel Messi is here.
Lionel Messi is as big as it gets.
Messi!
He was one of the greatest players in the world.
Mi felicidad siempre fue jugar al fútbol. Y lo puedo seguir haciendo acá.
As widely considered the greatest footballer of all time and in the world, let us join Lionel Messi as he embarks on his historic chapter, taking the North American Major League Soccer by a huge storm and ushering a new era with his Inter Miami teammates.
The Messi fanfare reaches a fever pitch as the greatest footballer of all time arrives from Europe to Major League Soccer and signs for Inter Miami, a franchise that is run by former football legend David Beckham.
Join us as we take a deep dive into Lionel Messi's groundbreaking move to Inter Miami and gives an unprecedented look inside the mind of the GOAT. After 20 years and unforgettable record-breaking years of excellence between Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain, winning the greatest trophy of all time, the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, Lionel Messi made a landmark decision that changed the face of MLS forever by joining Inter Miami.
With all that being said, let's take a look at an amazing clip where Messi scores the winning goal on a free kick on his debut to win the game for Inter Miami.
Woo! What a free kick. Roll the clip.
In front of over 22,000. In front of LeBron James, Serena Williams, Kim Kardashian. And Messi provide another magical moment in what is the greatest career in the history of this sport. Here it is. Messi! Put it up in, and the other way! Magnificent!
Produced by Smuggler Entertainment in association with Major League Soccer, Messi Meets America is a 6-part docu-series on Apple TV, who, by the way, paid $2.5 billion for the streaming rights to MLS games for the next 10 years.
As part of his deal to come to MLS, Messi actually signed a contract with Apple itself. Messi in America will not be the only series about the superstar, as Smuggler Entertainment is also working on a 4-part docu-series about his helping Argentina win the 2022 World Cup in Qatar.
And that is all we could find about this series, so here are some info about Messi himself. Born in June 24, 1987 in Rosario, Santa Fe, Argentina, Lionel Messi had a growth hormone deficiency as a child. But he was so good, FC Barcelona agreed to pay for his treatment as part of his contract.
And he signed that contract with FC Barcelona at just 13 years old and worked his way through the club's youth program. 3 years later, at 16, he made his debut for the senior squad and stayed there for 17 years, shattering goal scoring and assist records along the way.
Messi is the most decorated footballer in history with a total of 44 trophies, including an Olympic gold medal, a World Cup, 23 league titles, and a record-smashing 8 Ballon d'Or, which the award for the best player of the year. For comparison to the person with the second most number of Ballon d'Or only has 5.
The man is incredible. You know what else is incredible? This commercial you're about to watch. See you in a minute.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
For those of you who don't follow real football, Lionel Messi is a big deal. He's the Michael Jordan of his sport, the Simone Biles, the Tom Brady, the Michael Phelps. Imagine Tom Brady, after winning all those Super Bowls, instead of signing with Tampa Bay, signed with a team in the CFL. Or Michael Jordan in 1999, going to play in Japan's B League. That's what Messi's doing, playing in MLS with Inter Miami. And this documentary covers the beginning of this moment in history. And I really enjoyed it. Throughout the 6 episodes, the filmmakers do an excellent job with their storytelling, not just through interviews and game footage, but also through voiceover, shot choices, the speed of the edits. It's very well made. And the thing I like most about it is it's not just about Messi. Really, it's about Inter Miami as a whole. We hear from the other players, the coaches, the owners, the groundskeepers, even the kit man. We see very clearly that aside from being magic on the field, Messi is a class act all around. He's humble. He's not egotistical. He's a team player. He's the perfect sportsman, and this documentary highlights that. In fact, giving so much screen time and attention to other people actually feels very on brand for Messi. A lot of the reviews that I read complained this was too sanitized, that you didn't get off-stage drama like in The Last Dance. But what's so bad about that? I mean, what's wrong with watching something about someone who is equally respects and is respected by his peers? Personally, I enjoyed the overall positivity of the piece, especially seeing how the presence of a superstar elevates all of his teammates, who were in last place, to want to play to his level. The matches this series covered contain quite a bit of on-field sporting drama, and as someone who loves a good underdog story, this didn't disappoint. True, MLS is where the greats go to soft retire, but after all he's accomplished at the top of the sport, I don't begrudge him playing in a less stressful environment. I'm giving Messi Meets America 5 out of 5 reels. It's interesting, it's entertaining, it's about a significant moment in the sporting history of the United States. Now, Alvin, I'm pretty sure I know what you think, but why don't you tell us your thoughts?
Messi coming to America was very emotional for me to watch. It's like I have a lot to say, at the same time, I have nothing to say. Watching it, all I was saying was the word greatness. Even though I had already watched all the matches that were shown in the documentary, it still felt unreal to me. I just kept asking myself, how can someone's career just become so perfect? And you know the funny thing, the documentary felt just as real as the matches were in real life. As for Lionel Messi himself, it was a shock for me when he decided to join Inter Miami rather than stay in Europe, because I felt he still had it in him to be able to compete with the best young footballers in the world today. But after watching that documentary, it just reminded me that Lionel Messi is the greatest football player of all time, and he has absolutely dominated Europe. I mean, go do some research. He has nothing to prove anymore in Europe. So he came to the MLS, and in his first few games, he showed Major League Soccer what it is to carry a horrible team like Inter Miami into stardom and help them win their first trophy single-handedly. The directors of the show should be proud of themselves. As a huge Messi fan and football fan, that was been the best game I've watched. Analyzing the sport for years, I must say that the documentary did an excellent job. The editing, the voiceover, someone like me who had already watched the game still able to live in the moment was excellent. I also enjoyed the interviews as well. One of my favorites was when Yedlin was saying to the coach, Tata Martinez, Messi has given a career, by the way, that he was tired and his hamstrings were hurting him. And Tata Martinez told him that he shouldn't worry. Messi would score the free kick and everything will be fine. That interview brought a huge smile to my face, because as a die-hard Messi fan, we always pray that he gets a free kick because we trust him so much that he's going to score it no matter the pressure that is put on him. It is what he does. He will always deliver. I also loved how they showed us how humble Messi is and the love he has for his family. Whenever he scored, he would go and do a Marvel superhero gimmick for his sons. Even when he had won the League Cup, he went and gave the captain armband to Yedlin, who was the former captain, to raise the cup together. It was just so humbling for me to see how a player of his caliber could be so humble even at the time of victory. Taking Inter Miami, that was on an 11-game losing streak and had never won a trophy in its entire existence, winning them their first trophy, not only doing that, but scoring in every single game of the tournament, that is just not normal. Then again, I just laugh and shake my head and tell myself, it's Lionel Messi. He has been doing it for years. He is him. All in this saying, this was such an exciting documentary for me to watch, and it was magical. If you're not a fan of football, I can tell you that this is what you will want to see, true greatness. And those of us that are Messi fans, I assure you that you have already watched it. So Messi Meets America for me is a 5 out of 5 reels. There is absolutely nothing to complain about because it was just that good. I promise you guys, if I continue to speak about Messi, the show is not going to end. I could go all day long praising Messi. I mean, he's the GOAT. And 2023 has been an amazing year for both him and Lionel Messi fans. Messi is greatness. Messi is infinity.
And so we've come to the end of this great and magical episode. Don't forget to tune in to our very last reel-to-reel of the season today at noon.
And also don't forget to follow us on our Facebook and subscribe to our YouTube to be able to join us anytime we go live. I remain your true African son, Alvin.
And I remain your true American son, Jeff. And we will see you next time on Messi, Messi, Messi.
Hello and welcome to Reel to Reel. My name is Nando.
And my name is, I don't remember my name.
What do you mean you don't remember your name?
Who are you? Where am I?
You're on Reel to Reel, the reviewing Maze Runner movie. I'm Nando. You don't remember me?
I can't remember anything.
Wait, I know how to fix this.
What? Wait, I remember. My name's Patrick. We're talking about Maze Runner.
Glad you came back. Now before you lose your memory again, let's watch the trailer.
Can you tell me anything about yourself? Who you are, where you came from? Can you tell me your name?
I can't remember anything.
Day one, Greenie. Rise and shine.
What is this place?
Welcome to the Glade.
Who put us here?
We don't know.
What's through there?
You guys can't just keep me here.
I can't let you leave.
Why won't you tell me what's out there?
That's the maze. Every morning when those doors open, the runners look for a way out. And no one has ever survived a night in the maze. What happens to them? Well, we call them grievers. We don't belong here. Somebody built the maze. I think it's time we find out what we're really up against.
You're not like the others. You're curious.
What the hell is that? This is the first real clue. You found it. Who knows where this might lead us? It's a girl.
Thomas.
Everything started changing the moment you showed up.
What if we were sent here for a reason?
The doors aren't closing. They're here.
They're gonna keep coming back until they kill us all.
We get out now, or we die trying. You don't get it. We're already dead. You sure about this? No.
We can't leave. They won't let us.
Maze Runner, based off the book by the same name, was directed by Wes Ball and starred Dylan O'Brien as Thomas, Kayla Scaldarado as Teresa, Thomas Brody Stangster as Newell, King Hong Lee as Minho, and Will Potler as Gally.
The story starts with a boy named Thomas rising quickly in a rickety elevator called the Box, and ending up in an area called the Glade, with big walls on every side.
Thomas didn't remember anything and got scared and confused when he first saw a crowd of teenagers standing right outside who seemed to be expecting him.
The fear quickly led to curiosity, as he learned that they were in the center of a maze, and the group had been there for over 3 years.
Eventually, Thomas found out that there were creatures in the maze that would chase after you and kill you if you were in the maze at night.
Then, without warning, the box came up less than a week later, with the first girl of the group with a note saying, "She's the last one, ever."
Stuff started to get pretty weird after that, so we're going to very quickly summarize the rest of the movie so we don't waste your time mourning.
They eventually found that the stuff from the creatures in the maze brings back their memories, and realized Thomas and the girl Teresa were partly responsible for them ending up in the Glade.
Gally, one of the other boys, started what basically was a We Hate Thomas club and tried to banish Thomas and his friends into the maze.
After some more clues were found, there was some quick bang bang and some stab stab, and then they escaped the maze just to find themselves in a futuristic office/lab.
A video started playing saying that the sun scorched the earth and there's now a virus that is eating people's brains. These kids are immune and the maze was all a test. Then, after a small fight, the kids leave with the mysterious people, setting up for the next movie.
Wow, that was a lot. Let's take a quick look at the behind-the-scenes clip and try to navigate this maze of a story.
Action! Wes Ball, our director, he's just got this creative mind. If you could sit down in anybody's brain for a day, like it'd either be Prince or him.
Action. Go. One more.
You've never seen anyone get more animated or excited or passionate about their job. Like Wes will act out like a scenario and he'll be doing all the sound effects like
Blast out fast. All that hair explodes up, and then it's like coming over here.
It's gonna be like shh, and the walls are gonna move. And it's gonna be like.
They start knocking over on the walls, and they get up on the roof. And you're gonna take that thing, and here it comes, and then and then it hits and lights up.
He's crazy, man. Wes has a way of having the most complicated kind of way of working. Like, he's a brilliant mind, and then he can also kind of, like, allow you to see it. Like, he has a very easy way of showing it to you, too.
Yeah. I am a collaborator, I think, It's like we're in this together. We all share ideas. I mean, I've got my ideas, of course, but I'm open to making this thing the best it can be, and that means outside opinions, Try to keep pretty open, fun environment for us to kind of just play together. And action!
The news was first announced in January of 2011 that a film version of The Maze Runner had been set up at Fox, with Catherine Hardwicke signed up as a director and Noah Oppenheim hired as screenwriter.
As of April 28, 2012, the film had not yet been greenlighted. According to James Dasher, the script for the movie had already been written.
And in August 2012, Fox announced that Wes Ball would direct the Maze Runner film, and as of this year, Wes Ball is now directing the new live-action Legend of Zelda. And based on how this series did, we're all hopeful for that.
A small fun fact, the production team had to hire a snake wrangler to make sure that the set was snake-free, due to being filmed in Louisiana. The fear was encountering a cottonmouth, a common and highly venomous snake.
It said that Wes Ball pitched this film like a Lord of the Flies meets Lost because they have no idea where they are. And based on how we see the group react with each other, I can definitely agree on the Lord of the Flies comment.
The production team filmed on over 18 acres of land on a local farm that had over 200 acres, and the film was shot in 42 days. Wes Ball shot a ton of the scenes on the land per day, with some days shooting over 60 scenes, due to him wanting to make the most of the time that he had.
Dylan O'Brien was initially passed over in the audition phase because Ball thought he had MTV hair, whatever that means, and had trouble seeing him as an everyman character of Thomas. Which is funny because when asked about Ball, O'Brien said that he was one of the most laid-back people on earth.
Now that's all fun, but let's get into some ads so we can pay our last bill for the season.
We really try and keep track of what's going on in the world as far as what are the trends. And so when a student comes here, they're learning the marketing aspects of video production with turnkey. So they learn how to write, storyboard, and capture video, set lights, set audio, and then they learn how to edit everything from start to finish.
We believe that we are providing a transformative educational experience. It's hands-on, it's project-based, it's portfolio-based, it's based on real-world industry experiences.
They take deep dives on all of these. You know, a lot of the classes are tiered, so you get an entry-level course and then an advanced, and then, you know, you hit your capstone projects where you're bringing them all together. So it's nice the way that they structure it and help you get a deeper understanding of stuff that you may or may not have thought you already had a good handle on.
Let me start by saying I've watched this movie 3 times now and absolutely love the books. I have a lot of good and very little bad to say about this movie. I'm going to start with the bad and end on a good note. Firstly, there are some scenes in this movie that were just so dark. My TV couldn't handle it. The screen just looked like black static. That was part my TV and part the movie. I just wish that the scenes were lit up just a little bit more. Next, the story could be very hard to follow. The first time I saw this movie, I had no clue what was going on. I felt lost, confused by the end of the movie. Now, having read the books, I can follow perfectly. If this movie is your first exposure to the series, don't be afraid to look things up or ask friends who already know the story. Now for some good. I love dystopian stories. This movie has everything that I love for a good story. The characters all had no idea what was going on, but worked together for some goal that they didn't even know. Not every character survived, and it ended on a cliffhanger, making room for the sequel and eventually the trilogy. On a technical side, the movie was gold. The camera work, acting, music, special effects, all of it was incredible. But what am I going to rate this movie? I'm going to give it a 5 out of 5 reels. My main complaint the whole way through the movie was about my TV, not the movie. But if I didn't already know the story, I might have given it a 3 or 4. Knowing the story and seeing the amazing world get set up was so much fun. So I'm going to give it a 5. What do you think, Nando?
Personally, I like the film. I've only seen it twice now that I never got the chance to watch the other films, but from what I've told, they match up in quality. I think the whole concept is one of the most interesting. It's kids locked in a maze with monsters on the other side waiting to tear them apart. And to add on top of that, they're being tested and studied. The way they all try to come together and survive and make roles for each other is super interesting. I think when Westball says that it's a teen movie with teeth, he makes a good point. I wasn't expecting a gore fest or even a soul-striking drama, even though it does kind of get gnarly with the whole virus thing going on. I've never read the books myself either, and I'm assuming they do go more in depth with the relationship and tension. I just feel like this movie could have used more in that department. But I do think Thomas is a great main character for the story, and I believe the CGI for the monsters isn't half bad either. I can agree with Patrick and say that the movie is super dark outside the maze scenes, but that's my only critique. I'm giving The Maze Runner a 4 out of 5 reels. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Make sure to follow us on YouTube and Facebook to catch up on our next shows.
We want to say, on behalf of the Reel to Reel team, we appreciate you coming back every week and hanging out with us. We hope you have an amazing year, and we'll catch you on the next season of Reel to Reel.